This is the Northern Ireland Assembly, Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly, Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly, Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly, Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly, Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly, Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly, Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly, Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly, Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly, Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly, Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly, Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly, Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly, Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly, Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly, Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly, Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly, Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly, Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly, Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly, Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly, Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly, Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly, Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly, Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly, Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly, Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly, Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly, Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly, Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly, Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly, Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly, Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly, Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly, Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly, Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly, Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly, Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly.
Okay, good morning everybody and welcome to the 54th meeting of the Economy Committee. Some members will be attending this morning's meeting via video conference and our witnesses will be briefing us via video conference. The meeting will be broadcast live when it's open to the public and a recording will be made available on the committee's webpage on the Assembly website. And just to remind members to mute their devices when they aren't speaking. So I just wanted to let members know this is quite a heavy agenda we have this morning to get through before 12 o'clock because this is our short meeting and we have 3 briefings. So if members can try and be brief in contributions and we'll get round everybody as best as possible. Just also to advise members that Michael Greer from our committee staff, his mother passed away on Monday night, so I'm sure the committee members would seek to extend our condolences to Michael and his family. So just moving on then to item number 1, which is apologies. We have apologies from Gordon this morning. We are waiting on a few other members to join us, but we aren't expecting any other apologies. So moving on then to item number 2, which is Chair's business. At page 3 of your table papers there is correspondence from the Assembly Business Engagement Manager regarding the dissolution of the Assembly Business Trust in order to move business engagement in-house. A research project and online survey is being conducted to develop and shape the new in-house arrangements, and Assembly members and staff have been invited to participate in the survey. It's also proposed to roll out this survey to committee stakeholders who will have an interest, so if members are agreed that we will forward it on to the committee stakeholders to seek their views.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Moving on then to item number 3, which is draft minutes. They are at page 6 of your pack from the meeting on the 3rd of March. Are members content that those are an accurate reflection of the meeting?
Thank
you.
you.
Moving on then to item number 4, which is our briefing from Northern Ireland Tourism Alliance on COVID-19 and tourism recovery. There is a clerk's memo at page 16 of your pack. There is a statement from NITA on the budget at page 20. There is a briefing, update and tourism recovery plan from the Tourism Recovery Steering Group at page 24 of your pack. An updated clerk's memo at page 6 of table papers to note that the the NI Director of the National Trust is joining the oral briefing today, and a briefing paper from NITA at page 10 of your table papers, and a policy brief from the National Trust on Sustainable Tourism at page 16 of table papers. So can I ask to bring into the spotlight, please, Dr. Joanne Stuart, who is the CEO of NITA, and Heather McLachlan, who is the NI Director of the National Trust. And if I hand over to yourselves, Joanne and Heather, to make an opening statement, and then we can open it up to members for questions.
Hello, Chair, and thank you again for the opportunity to brief the committee today with regards to tourism. I think when I think back to some of the briefings that we've done, we are in a much different situation in that there is real hope for the future with the success of the rollout of the vaccination programme in Northern Ireland and across the UK, and seeing that our figures with regard to the health impact of COVID-19, although are still very difficult to read, are going in the right direction. So what I wanted to do today was really give you an update on the current situation and really the next 6 to 12 months of how we see things rolling out for tourism and the support that is going to be required from government. But also we're now at a point where we need to look beyond COVID, and I'm delighted that our member, the National Trust, and their Northern Ireland Director, Helen McLachlan, is able to join and brief the committee today all around sustainability and the regenerative strategy that we need to be looking at for tourism moving forward. As you said, Chair, I've provided a short update on the report that we produced, I think it was at the end of last summer, the scale of the crisis facing tourism. Obviously, since that report, things have changed. I think we were not expecting the length of the pandemic and the impact of that to have been as bad, really, as it has been since then. So we've sort of come through a really difficult time, obviously since Christmas, but are now in a position where we're starting to look at when we may reopen, obviously following the publication of the plan to ease the restrictions published by the Northern Ireland Executive. We've also seen the publication of the Economic Recovery Action Plan, and again, obviously that was something that I was able to join the Minister on, as tourism has been recognised as a key economic driver, and a number of actions to support the recovery and rebuilding of tourism is included in that plan. Obviously, what we now want to see is approval of that plan and allocation of the £290 million that will be required to actually deliver on that plan being agreed by the Northern Ireland Executive. In addition, obviously, we had the announcement of the budget from the Chancellor, and again a number of areas that we have continually raised, some of which have been addressed, for example the extension of the furlough scheme, the extension of the VAT rate for tourism and hospitality at 5%, although we were very disappointed that there has been no further progress on addressing the competitive disadvantage that Northern Ireland faces due to the double charging of air passenger duty, but these are things that we will continue to take up with the UK government. So just going to the report, which I hope that you have in front of you. Obviously, since the last report, we have updated the impact of COVID-19 on the tourism industry. We have lost the first quarter of 2021. We know that we are ultimately going to lose Easter, which can account for almost 15% of annual income to tourism. So we are estimating that we're probably sitting at around 800 million of lost business to tourism from the start of the pandemic. But also within the report, we thought again it was just really important to lay out the importance of tourism to the Northern Ireland economy. Now, obviously, I appreciate with the committee, you've been very supportive of tourism, and I have had the opportunity to brief you on a number of occasions. But I think it's worth just looking back as well to see how tourism, has grown prior to COVID-19, and we were definitely on an upward trajectory with regards to achieving the ambition of the industry to double the size of tourism by 2030. And this is still an ambition, but we obviously need to look differently now at how we will achieve that. But a couple of things I think are really important is the tourism generates the demand for the different activities and experiences that visitors consume, and therefore are serviced by other sectors within the economy. And we've seen growth in that visitor spend of 46% since 2014. So although we estimate that it's going to take 3 to 4 years before we get back to those levels, we are fortunate in Northern Ireland that we have the infrastructure, we have the culture and the heritage, and we have everything that people are looking for to come to Northern Ireland. So once we can get through the challenging sort of 6 to 12 months, then I think we will start to see tourism on a footing that will grow. So we just included a diagram with regards to how tourism supports the rest of the economy, and I think it's also important just to remind people that this is an industry that delivers across Northern Ireland. If we're not able to attract visitors to Northern Ireland, although sectors will do okay with the domestic market, it is only the additional visitors that we bring into Northern Ireland that will actually generate growth, and therefore tourism is that engine for growth for sectors such as hospitality, for accommodation, and our entertainment and theatres, etc. So that's the importance of tourism. And I think one of the things that we're asking for the Northern Ireland Executive is to ensure that that infrastructure is invested in. If we don't have the attractions, the connectivity that makes it easy and gives people reasons to come to Northern Ireland, then that's what makes it really difficult to create that growth opportunity for the rest of the economy. I just want to finish off with a couple of points with regards to what is really needed in the short term. And the first thing is around generating demand. We are probably going to be open in time for summer this year. We're in a fortunate position that Northern Ireland is part of that UK vaccination programme, which is way ahead of where we expected it to be. So the GB market is a huge opportunity for us this summer. So what we want to see is the demand stimulation. We want to see Tourism Ireland, really maximising that opportunity and starting to get those marketing campaigns out. We also need to ensure that people are able to get here. So as part of that easing of restrictions, we want to see the restrictions on travel from GB to Northern Ireland eased as soon as the time is right. With regards to the Republic, this was a really important market for us last year, and we saw an increase of 200% on the visitors from the Republic of Ireland. Obviously, it's disappointing, the news this week that they are struggling to get the levels of the vaccination that we require, and really we would like to see how we can all work together to ensure that across the island of Ireland that we are in a very strong position with regards to the rollout of the vaccination. position so that we can really maximise our home markets for this year. But I think obviously everything else is in the document, and obviously will be happy to answer any questions. But it is important, where I'm focusing on that short to mid-term, that we really start to lift our heads and look to the future. And I'm delighted that Heather McLachlan from National Trust will be able to give you an update on the work that they're doing and what we need to think about with regards to sustainable tourism moving forward. You there, Heather?
Yeah, good morning, everybody. Thank you, Joanne, for that introduction, and thank you to the committee for giving some time today to discuss this really important issue. I'm not sure if you'll all be aware of who National Trust are or what we do, and as a conservation charity and tourism partner, it's probably worth just giving you a little brief background. We are a conservation charity, and we care for many places across Northern Ireland, special places such as Northern Ireland's only World Heritage Site, Giant's Causeway, the highest mountain, Slieve Donard, internationally important, beautiful Strangford Lough, and many houses and gardens, including Mount Stuart in County Down, the Argery in Mid-Ulster, and Florence Court in County Fermanagh. Our purpose in caring for these and many other spaces is to ensure that they are accessible and enjoyed by local communities and visitors from all over the world for now and forever. And in pre-COVID times, we were probably welcoming up to over 5 million people to our places across Northern Ireland. So we were the single highest provider of tourism visits for Northern Ireland, and therefore see that we have a really important role both now and in the longer term in terms of Northern Ireland's economy, and particularly the tourism economy. So although our core purpose is conservation, because of those popular visitor attractions, Giant's Causeway and Carrick-a-Reid would be two which I would focus in on there. Our care and of those places and the part that we play is really, really important looking forward. As Joanne says, the impact of COVID on tourism and the hospitality sectors has been seismic, and it has been significant for us too in the National Trust. However, we're really now focused on that long-term recovery and what we can do in the medium term to get ourselves there. But it's key then that we make the right choices and put in the right plans now that give us that sustainable recovery that we need to look at, which balances out economic, social and environmental needs. In other words, a truly sustainable vision for Northern Ireland's tourism economy and an associated strategy and plans to achieve that. We are absolutely delighted to see in the Department's Economic Recovery Plan the line and the commitment to a sustainable regenerative tourism strategy, and thought it might be useful just to go a bit wider on why that is. So first of all, we see that a large proportion of Northern Ireland's tourism assets rely on our special landscapes, historic environment and cultural heritage, and therefore we believe that Northern Ireland's approach to tourism must be sustainable. It needs to be managed in a coordinated way, not just marketed and focused on growth in numbers. And that was very much the direction we were headed in pre-COVID times. We were already seeing the negative impacts on the host communities where our larger properties were, the environmental impact on these sites, and particularly saw those at Carrick-a-Reid, and the negative impact that was being seen on visitor experience. So it's clear to us that tourism sustainably managed needed to be looked at slightly differently, and that we need to make sure that anything that we do for the future benefits the local people and the local economies. Therefore, that will provide a means and an incentive for regeneration and investment both within those communities and within the region. And that approach has never been more important than it is now. However, if tourism is not properly managed, it can harm the natural and built environment. And as I say, so many of our places are actually based on that heritage, culture, nature and beauty that Northern Ireland has to offer. So growth of the sector, recovering coronavirus, needs to be not at the expense of local communities or the irreplaceable assets on which they rely. It is clear to us and to others across the world that to recover in a sustainable way, Northern Ireland's tourism focus must shift from a volume-based economic model to a high-value model that seeks a balance of economic, social and environmental considerations. Success measures, therefore, should be looking on value that tourism brings, not just on the volume of the numbers that it brings to our shores. And we now have a once-in-a-generational chance to change how we manage our tourism approach and avoid the pitfalls and negative impacts of over-tourism that have been seen in other countries, a direction in which we were headed, with a focus on increasing numbers of visitors pre-COVID. And one of the things that we had done in the National Trust was to set about a sustainability study looking at what we might need to do to manage our places at Giant's Causeway and Carrick-a-Rede differently, and that is due to report later on this year. We can already see that the sentiment of travellers is changing, and with potential visitors being more green aware and looking for green and quality experiences, it's really important that both for visitors and for local people that we are looking at bringing nature back into and closer to our people in our towns and cities, giving a better quality of provision of access to green space with benefits to both local communities and tourists, particularly at a time when the focus will be on staycations, domestic tourism. It has got to be part of our approach. So as I say, we wholeheartedly welcome the commitment in the Department's economic recovery plan to develop a sustainable regenerative tourism strategy which focuses on economic growth, social wellbeing and the protection of the environment. But one of the things that does need to be thought about is how we can develop that as part of a joined up approach across all government departments. And in particular for tourism, there are key roles for the Department of Infrastructure, Agriculture, Environment and Rural Affairs, communities and finance. Like every aspect of green recovery and green growth, success will depend on connected strategies which complement each other and on the departments working together. This is not a bandwagon to jump on in the various departments. This requires a cohesive, joined up regional approach looking at how we can grow green both for tourism and the economy and our communities together. So we'd therefore like to see a greater evidence of and greater commitment to a coherent joined up approach across government, as well as commitment to ensuring that all parts of the tourism industry and local communities are engaged in the development of such approach. A sustainable tourism approach will also need targeted investment and policies to support it, and we believe that those need to be focused in areas of infrastructure, which are looking at roads, sustainable transport hubs and the like, targeted product development, and Joanne talked about the need that we do need to invest in looking at further product development for tourists when they come back to our shores, developing dispersal opportunities across Northern Ireland and probably the island of Ireland to ensure that tourism benefits are beyond Belfast and the North Coast. We need to look at event programming and also the delivery of more cost-effective targeted marketing. I suppose a good example of how we can start to realise this, and a really good opportunity to put sustainable tourism approach into practice, will be through some of the tourism projects coming through the city deals, which I know you'll all be aware of, which along with the economic boost across many parts of Northern Ireland will provide real opportunities for local communities, and it's absolutely essential to ensure that all the projects coming forward truly are sustainable, not only economically but in terms of their social and environmental impact. So drawing to a close, it would be remiss of me not to mention the biggest challenge facing tourism recovery, and that's climate change. And this lies at the heart of a sustainable regenerative tourism strategy. So in order to build resilience in the tourism sector for the future, we need to better understand the likely impacts of climate change on the sector and begin to put in place appropriate mitigations and adaptations. All those involved in tourism need to work together to understand how we can achieve a successful, sustainable tourism offer while also playing our part in moving towards a net carbon future for Northern Ireland. No one individual or organisation will have the answers to these challenges, but we will all have to work together towards this goal, making where possible the best possible use of our historic buildings, which can retain embodied carbon and reduce emissions, support regeneration of towns, cities and high streets, generate tourism and local economic activity, offering spaces for shared cultural experience. While a sustainable regenerative tourism strategy is very welcome for Northern Ireland, it is also important that there's cooperation across the island of Ireland and across all countries of the UK. For it to be truly sustainable, we need to see a collaborative work across those long-term tourism strategies across all those countries, with sustainability at their core, embedding quality, value and wider public benefit as the measures of success rather than volume alone. These should set out a path to re-establishing domestic and international tourism markets in the context of the coronavirus pandemic and the climate crisis. So in conclusion, we very much look forward to continuing working with this committee, with NITA, Tourism NI and all other government departments in playing our part in a sustainable recovery for Northern Ireland, and be happy to take any questions along with Joanne. Many thanks.
Okay, thank you both for those briefings. They're really informative and give us a good update. I've a couple of questions, and I'll maybe just put the questions to you and try to lead by example here this morning and not ask a whole load. But I suppose, first of all, I wonder, is there learning from last summer that is potentially useful in terms of looking forward to reopening again this summer? I know the likes of the Good to Go scheme last year, how successful was that in terms of instilling consumer confidence and encouraging people back out and about? And secondly, I suppose the impact of the numbers of visitors from the south in particular, has that been captured in terms of planning for the reopening this season again, in terms of having a really joined up approach across the island to tourism and tourism promotion? And then one for Heather as well. I think it's really important that we do have that look at the kind of sustainable tourism piece, and it's really important. I'm from a part of the north that has a really strong tourism sector, and I think it is really important that we are planning our tourism offering with communities. And in terms of doing that, I look forward to seeing some of the results of the studies that you have mentioned, but also in taking advantage of that active tourism. I suppose we've seen an awful lot more people out and about doing, walking and whatever else, because there's not very much to do at the minute. But there is an impact that has on particular areas where everybody goes to walk. So, what can we be doing to be informing the public as well? And do you think there is enough being done in that space to, to alleviate some of the impacts that we are seeing on our local beauty spots? So if I maybe put those three to you.
Thank you, Chair, and I'll pick up the first two. With regards to the learnings from last year, absolutely, we have a lot more information now on what is the best way to reopen, and I think we've seen that with the publication of the plan from the Northern Ireland Executive. Although there weren't specific dates in it, it was clearly set out at the review points and the information that was going to be reviewed. But what we do need is more transparency on the conditions that need to be met to enable businesses to reopen. And businesses require an appropriate notice period as to when those restrictions are going to be lifted, so that they are ready to reopen. We cannot be in a situation where businesses 24 hours before they're due to reopen still aren't sure whether they can open or not. And also businesses just can't, they just don't have the ability to burden the costs of having to open and reclose. So really, for business at the moment, we want to be able to open, but open for the long term. So if we need to wait a little bit more time until the conditions are right, but we need to see transparency on that. With regards to the restrictions, I think there needs to be a recognition and alignment of how the restrictions can impact on the financial viability of businesses reopening. So, for example, from a tourism perspective, if we are going to open, we want to be able to market to people, to attract them to different experiences, attractions, and if there are travel restrictions in place, we're unable to do that, and therefore you're not able to generate the business that you need to be in a financial viable position. So the consequences of different restrictions and their impact needs to be better understood. Also, more engagement with industry. There has been a lot of work to do on the Good to Go. That has been extended, obviously, into 2021. It was successful last year in giving consumers that confidence of the investment that had been put in place by tourism businesses to ensure the environment was as safe for them and staff when they visited. One of the issues coming out of that, however, is around the social distancing restrictions. And obviously, if we look at our attractions, including the National Trust properties, you're in a situation where you were down 70% on the number of people that you're able to safely host given the social distancing, and that's a consideration with regards to financial support that will be required once businesses reopen and then start to generate the businesses that will enable them to move forward. I think on the other one with regards to the Republic of Ireland, Tourism Northern Ireland have set up a task force that is chaired by Judith Owens from Titanic Belfast with regards to the Republic of Ireland market. As we said, last year saw a 200% increase on the number of visitors, and the reviews from those visitors, again, we exceeded their expectations of the experience that they had. So it's very much about understanding who wants to come, so very much a family market, for example, and the sort of experiences that they want when they come up. So I think we're definitely getting ourselves in a situation where we can maximise the opportunity. As I say, the only challenge with that is regards to the rollout of the vaccination programme and any travel restrictions that may take longer to lift because of that situation. I'll hand over then to Heather to answer that third question.
Yeah, so thank you, Joanne. And yes, we've seen obviously a big increase in the number of people who have come to our outdoor sites. And in Northern Ireland, we're actually truly blessed in that we have so many of them. But at the same time, we do have the restrictions of not having a right to roam here in Northern Ireland. So those places for service as well would be included in this. Have seen that upsurge of people. And I think one of the things we've seen is that people's behaviours, there are a lot of people who've come into the countryside who haven't been there before. And while that's really good for people's health and well-being, there's behavioural issues in terms of litter, taking that home, and leave no trace. So if there was something that could be done in helping people understand what they can do to help look after the place that they're visiting, it would be that, along with using the paths, networks and trails which are in place rather than not using them, because we've obviously seen again an increase in erosion around a number of the sites that we're managing. Big problem has been around traffic, if I'm very honest, with social distancing in place and only being able to travel in single cars. Parking and managing cars has been one of the biggest challenges and will continue to be a challenge. And unfortunately, police are having to come in and close roads, which was never something we would ever have imagined, that you would be closing roads to access a site of beauty and an outdoor site. So there is something about our infrastructure and parking and moving people around, and actually that was already being indicated up in the North Coast with the number of visitors we were having pre-COVID, that we were coming to a point where we need to look at how do we make sure we've got the right infrastructure, transport infrastructure, that means that people their visitor experience is not about sitting in their car on a road in a traffic jam. And I believe there's some work that we need to do there. So when I talk about sustainability and getting other departments involved, that's absolutely one of the key things I think that we need to look at for the future.
Thank you for that. Thanks for both of those answers. I think there's things that we can take out and follow up on both of those. And I think, but in particular, Heather, there where you mentioned, the need maybe for information and maybe an information campaign around behaviour in terms of people accessing outdoor sites and things like that. So that's something we can take on board. Can I bring Stuart into the spotlight, please?
Yes, good morning, Chair, and good morning, Joanne and Heather, and thank you very much for the information you've given to us. I'm not going to concentrate on the questions that I'm sure others will ask just about the immediate startup of the tourism business and industry in Northern Ireland, but you did say that you're looking at a 3 to 4 year period over which you think we will be able to return to where we left off pre-COVID. What I want to know and want to look at with you, and particularly Heather, is the lessons that have been learned. And she's just made a reference to one, for example, all those cars piling up at beauty spots over the winter because people could only travel in a single car. I'm particularly concerned to address the issue of how we enhance the green tourism take in Northern Ireland, how we advance the sustainability of tourism in Northern Ireland, and how we get away from those queues of cars coming to National Trust properties or other places around Northern Ireland, and how we can deliver tourists and visitors better to those places, and how we can also engage with them from a sustainable and environmental perspective, because our planet is under threat, and we need to take that lesson incredibly seriously. And while I appreciate that you have incredible pressures at this point in time, moving forward, we need to be presenting Northern Ireland as a very attractive place to come to, because we're addressing those environmental and green issues, sustainability issues, and reducing our carbon footprint at the same time. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. I'm happy to take that, Joanne, if that's all right. I think it's one of the lessons learned, and one of the things that we did do in response to COVID and to manage capacity and to give people confidence was the introduction of a booking system. And again, that was something that we hadn't ever thought about, but that has enabled us to make sure that we are keeping our visitors safe and our staff and volunteers safe at the same time. And making sure that people have the best visitor experience and then can get parked up, get to the place that they need, and then have introduced one-way systems and visitor experience based on self-led programming, so that giving people the tools to enjoy our sites in a slightly different way. It's definitely a long-term challenge for us in terms of what that might look like for the future. And going back to what I was saying earlier on, there's something about us redefining how we want people to visit Northern Ireland, that we are looking at them coming for a period of time, spending time here, and it's a high value visit, rather than having lots and lots of people coming for maybe 1 or 2 days, which is one of the things that we had seen, and particularly seeing people arriving in Dublin, maybe coming up to Giant's Causeway, Titanic, and then going back down to Dublin again, which was not really helping the Northern Ireland tourism economy. Transportation has got to be one of the key things, Stuart, I think, in terms of looking forward. That network, our ability to move people around our places, and looking at dispersal strategy, which is, I would imagine, will be part of what that sustainable regenerative tourism strategy will need to take into account, that we look at where the capacity is, where our products are, and then we make it easy for people to move between places, and if possible, using public transport would be obviously the nirvana if we could get to that point. I don't know that we ever will, but there's something about that holistic approach, which is then back to, we need to have a coherent interdepartmental view of this, of how we can work together to make it much more net carbon, and carbon neutralise as much as possible, so that we can actually have that green credential, which we've got that green credential in terms of the assets that we provide. I think it's just then how we provide it in terms of the supporting services is going to be the challenge, and that is an interdepartmental challenge.
If I could just add to that, also it's about how we connect the different experiences. So there's a lot of work is being done on clusters around Northern Ireland, where tourism businesses, whether it's in the North Coast, whether it's in Strangford, come together to put together, how all of the experiences link in. So if somebody is going and just thinks about going to the Giant's Causeway, it's how do we actually broaden that, so it's much more than the Giant's Causeway, and you can spend more time in the North Coast, and and experience more. As Heather said, we need to be able to articulate the reasons that rather than Northern Ireland being a day trip from Dublin, that Northern Ireland is a longer visit, because we're able to very clearly articulate how people can do different things in Northern Ireland, and that it's worth spending more time. So it's how we join up all of those clusters as well.
Thank you, Chair. And just very, very briefly, because I know Joanne made reference to air passenger duty in her opening remarks. I see today the Prime Minister saying that it is something which he is prepared to review, but would she agree with me that that because Northern Ireland's connectivity is so different from the rest of the UK, that despite the fact that it is counterintuitive in terms of the environment and the green agenda, that nevertheless Northern Ireland needs to have that issue addressed for it. But I think it was also pleasing to note that the Prime Minister did say today as well that the future fuel for jet aircraft needs to be reviewed as well. And we all may wish to note that this week Japan announced the world's largest eco-jet fuel manufacturing plant.
Yeah, no, absolutely, Stuart. And again, obviously welcomed the publication of the Union Connectivity Review Interim Report, which does obviously draw attention to air passenger duty, although we have all been fighting this for years and we haven't seen any movement on it. I think what we need to remember is that air passenger duty does not address the challenges of climate change. Obviously, what it does is it tries to, it's more about putting people off maybe flying. But in Northern Ireland, obviously, we are disadvantaged by being charged twice. But I think you need to look at the airlines, the amount of investment that's been made with regards to them tackling climate change and and how they get to zero carbon emissions, and really look at as a tax. We're looking at a tax that actually tackles it and doesn't disadvantage the individual for flying, particularly from Northern Ireland. But yes, well, whether it's going to be abolishment of APD, I think the other important thing is that for Northern Ireland, this is not something we're asking to be devolved so that we can make a decision here. It is a direct competitive disadvantage and therefore should be abolished for Northern Ireland rather than Northern Ireland have to pay the cost to abolish that itself.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to bring in John Stuart, please.
Thank you, Chair. Folks, thanks so much for the presentation again this morning. Very enlightening, very helpful. There's so much in it. As Stuart says, a lot of the focus is not only on the current, but looking forward to 3 or 4 years down the line, and we look forward to playing our role with yourselves within that. Initially, I just want to focus on the road to immediate recovery. And Joanne, I know you talked about the lead-in time. I know I worked previously in hospitality, both in restaurants and bars, and I know you can't just give a sector 24 hours notice, and that goes the same with hotels and with destinations. Some areas within the timeline recovery could open within 24 hours, but that doesn't apply to anyone I can think of in the tourism sector. So you touched on it, but what sort of timeline would you be looking at? And are the executives, do you think, aware now, given the errors they made previously? To go alongside that then, should there be still a phased amount of government grant support, given that even when restrictions are lifted, some sectors within tourism won't be able to go back to full strength because of limits on numbers, lead-in times for bookings, etc. I just want to see the sector supported as much as possible, and I'm interested to hear your views on that.
Yes, John, and that's very important points that you've raised. I think what we need to see is more engagement with the industry that we didn't have last year, with regards to what the conditions need to be for us to reopen, and an understanding with the Executive Office with regards to what we are able to do and the time that we need to do that. So it's very hard to say you need 3 weeks or 4 weeks or 2 weeks. But if we better understand how the executive are reviewing this, and also taking more of a risk assessment approach to activities. So, for example, we've been talking about lots of the places that are open at the moment are being, are obviously very popular. I know I'm lucky to live near the beach, but I mean, I have to do my walk at 6:30 in the morning because it gets so busy during the day. And I think there's a lot of things within tourism that can be very safe to run in an outdoor and an indoor situation. That would help to distribute, people, so you're not getting the mass numbers, that we have seen. But there isn't that engagement with the executive regarding how you could start to phase that reopening. So we definitely are calling for more engagement, so there's better understanding, but also understanding that if you're going to allow businesses to open, you have to understand how the regulation and legislation impacts on that. So as I say, at the moment, you're not supposed to travel more than 10 kilometres. Well, if you open up anything in tourism and you've still got that restriction, and that businesses can't market, they can't encourage people to travel more than that distance. It's the same with the restrictions with travel across the common travel area. And again, if you're going to allow businesses to open, especially in tourism, you need to be able to allow us to attract visitors, and that's visitors from outside of Northern Ireland as well within the domestic market. With regards to support, I think obviously, as I noted in the report, the tourism businesses have taken on large levels of debt. Even though the government backed loans, but they're in debt to get to this point. We're going to lose Easter, which is another 15%. There are no reserves; they've all been used for businesses just to survive, and it will take time to build it up. There obviously will be some businesses that can build very quickly, but because we still have those social distancing requirements, and businesses are only able to trade at about 30% capacity, there will be a need for government to further support the industry. In Scotland, they have announced that funding would continue for at least 4 weeks once businesses reopen. But again, we are just calling that the executive need to engage with industry. We want to get this right, and we want to be able to open and open in a financially viable way. So we'll just call for more engagement and really talk to the industry.
Okay, thanks. That's really helpful. I mean, I'm calling again for the executive to step up and not only provide that clarity and engage with yourselves, but with all sectors, and also provide at least assurances that the support will be there. We still don't even know if support's going to be extended into the new financial year for all sectors affected by lockdown, whether it continues, never mind the sectors like yourselves who will have a phased return. And there are sectors within sectors, so some will be champing at the bit to get open because they know they can attract guests quite quickly, and others will not. And that's the same in other areas. I was talking to close contact services today, people who will be in the wedding sector, for example, and they do health and hair and beauty for the wedding sector, and they know when they go back there maybe won't be weddings straight away, and I'm sure that's the case for some within the tourism sector. So that assurance of ongoing support while restrictions are in place, but also in a phased return, I think needs to be there. One last thing, because I'm conscious of other people coming behind me, is you have done so much, Joanne, across the tourism sector in terms of track and trace and providing safe environments within your facilities. I mean, it was an exceptional amount of level, as did hospital. Have you had any engagement from the executive about what would be expected of the sector should you be required when you reopen this time around, and any additional investments you need to make?
Well, we have obviously we've engaged through the Tourism Recovery Steering Group, obviously which is chaired by Minister Dodds, and we've had these obviously conversations with regards to what industry needs, but how industry can support the reopening. Obviously, looking at things like guidance and the regulations, etc. That engagement hasn't yet been extended to Department of Health or the Executive Office, where actually the decisions or the recommendations are being made. So there needs to be more of an openness to that engagement, and that's certainly something we call for. Just on the financial support, I just want to, obviously the industry have been very grateful for the support that has been provided, but there are still some problems on the ground, and there are still some issues with regards to the LRSS scheme, CRBSS scheme, so there are queries that are still not being resolved, and also things like the business events sector, which has had minimal support. There are still a number of venues out there that haven't seen any support, and business events, this week we're talking about the strategy to 2030, and business events is a really important part of that tourism growth. So there are still some issues with the financial support. Now we are trying to engage obviously with Department of Finance and Department for the Economy. So we haven't solved all of it yet, but obviously a lot of progress has been made, which we are absolutely grateful for from the executive.
Okay. Thanks for that. If any of those are in my constituency, by the way, I know you're doing great work to help them, but if any of them need support, please send them my way. I've been working with quite a few hoteliers and bed and breakfast providers and things, and I'm more than happy to continue to do that. But taking out from what you've said today, I think communication remains the key from the executive to yourselves and the entire sector, and we can't stress that enough. Thanks very much.
Thanks, John. Can I bring in John O'Dowd, please?
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Heather and Joanne, for your presentation thus far. I don't want to go over the ground that's covered. I'm going to just touch on a few different things. One of the concerns has been expressed to me, Joanne, is that a number of major employers in your sector have paid off staff rather than furlough them, and that's caused great concern. I think it should be a concern to the sector, because staff will obviously have to look for other employment, and if you find other employment, and which is better hours in the sense less unsociable hours, because a lot of hours within the tourism sector or the hotel sector, you're working unsocial hours. So if you go away and you find yourself a job in a different sector, you're not working unsocial hours, you're not working as many weeks. It's going to be very, very hard to draw you back out of that again and back into the hotel sector. So there may be a skills gap develop when the hotel industry opens up again. Is there concerns that you may have lost a swathe of highly skilled workers, which will be very difficult to replace?
Absolutely, John, and this is something, obviously I appreciate that there was the furlough scheme, but there are costs associated with the furlough scheme, and you were talking about businesses who literally had gone to zero income. So I know a lot of businesses have, there's obviously over 100,000 people on furlough. We would estimate that almost 25% of that is within tourism and hospitality. So there are a lot of people who have been put on furlough, but some businesses just were not in a financial position to be able to continue with that when elements of their business had just gone. But Roisin McKee, who is the director of the Hospitality and Tourism Skills Network, has been engaging very closely with the industry regards to the skills, and we know that we need to address how we attract people back into the industry, and how we help to train and identify the skills that we need as we move forward. As we've been talking about, we need to think a bit differently about tourism. And I would recommend that if Roisin hasn't already, that she provides a briefing to the committee, because this is an area of major concern, and why there's an absolute focus through HATS to engage with the industry. We also have the other issue of the new immigration policy introduced at the UK level. Obviously, we would have seen a lot of seasonal recruitment, and not just within Northern Ireland, but obviously from other European countries, and particularly the Republic of Ireland. And obviously, with that process having changed, although I don't think it's going to be an issue this year, I think that will start be more of an issue as the sector recovers and starts to grow. But you're absolutely right, there is a skills issue, and there's a real sector attractiveness issue following the impact from COVID.
And then just the final question is in around, you mentioned moving spreading tourism out across the north. I've mentioned this to you before around the potential of Lough Neagh, which I don't think is fully exploited. in a sustainable way, I have to add, because I think Heather's made a very good point that we have to have a sustainable tourism industry. And when you look at the ecosystems and wildlife in around Lough Neagh and the history in around Lough Neagh, I don't think as a tourism destination it has been fully exploited in a sustainable way. Are there plans to look at in terms of more eco-tourism in that line?
Yes, and we've identified that ecotourism is really important from a growth perspective, because that's what a lot of people are looking for. I think the councils have a really important role within this, John, with regards to product development and how the products that are there and the experiences link into the overall strategy for the North, the Embrace the Giant spirit. And we've been engaging with most of the councils over the last 12 months in supporting their businesses. But I do think councils need to step up to really understand how they can promote those experiences as part of the Northern Ireland brand as well, so that's part of the attraction for people wanting to come in. It's also with regards to the domestic market, I think again we're still in a situation where all of us just do not know what we have on our doorstep, and again I think the councils need to be engaging more with Tourism NI on how those special places and experiences can be better promoted.
Thanks, John.
Okay, thank you.
Can we bring Sinead into the spotlight, please?
Good morning, Joanne and Heather. Thank you very much for your briefing this morning. And Joanne, can I also express my appreciation to yourself, because you brief this committee every single week, send a report in for your industry, and honestly, the stats and the information that you give is really, really helpful. It's my go-to. I have it at hand at all times so that I'm up to date. So that's really, really good. And in relation to the structure, I suppose, of the Tourism Recovery Steering Group and the Working Group, I think it has proven itself to be very, very helpful to the department, and it's something that should be the mainstay going forward. And I really appreciate the outputs and the documentation and the recovery plan that we see, because I think it's pretty comprehensive. But it's like everything else in life, we can have a great plan, but if we don't have the money placed beside it, then it becomes useless. It becomes an aspiration, an unattainable aspiration. Do you believe that there is enough money in place or put against some of these objectives that we've got in this plan in order to deliver a successful recovery?
I think there's a good understanding of what the costs are, and especially when you look at the Economic Recovery Action Plan, which has been published with costs. So we know what it's going to cost, but that then needs to be allocated, by the Northern Ireland Executive. So there has certainly not been, we don't have the money there at the moment. So we have the plan, but no money. And we know that it's going to be very flat from a budget perspective next year, or, this in the next financial year. So I think there's still a lot of work to be done at the executive level, and that's why, again, setting out the importance of tourism to drive demand within the economy and the growth engine is really important, so that when those discussions are being decided, that we do get the level of investment that's needed. I think the additional challenge you've got this year is that businesses don't have the ability to do a lot of this investment themselves due to the debt and the depletion of reserves. So they're going to need some time to trade. And so we need things like, the Experience Development Programme, which has been run by Tourism NI, is a good example of where we can help businesses to invest to enable them to grow their business. But again, they can get bogged down in bureaucracy with regards to the likes of CPD, etc. So there are really good initiatives, but the actual delivery is an awful lot more difficult on the ground.
In your plan or in your presentation, you indicated that you were going to look at prioritisation of some of the programmes. have any priority areas been identified? If the money that you require is not all there, what is essential in order for recovery to take place in the first instance in you know, hopefully May, June, July, you know, and basically are you of the belief that we are selling to our domestic market, and what do you indicate that domestic market is? You know, is it the islands, or where do you see the prioritisation there?
Well, I would refer to it as our home markets, and that is obviously domestic, as in Northern Ireland, the Republic of Ireland, and GB. Those are our markets for this year. So the biggest priority for me is we have got to stimulate that demand. We already know that people are starting to think about booking holidays, and we need to get that message out there. So I think the campaigns are ready to go, Sinead, but the button hasn't been pressed yet. And I think we can't wait to the last minute because people will have made their decisions. So this is really important from a Tourism Ireland perspective. The GB is going to be back sooner, I think, than the Republic. But it's a different situation for the Republic. So Tourism Ireland really have to focus on Northern Ireland specific campaign because that's where the opportunity is. And also things like the rollout of the Holiday at Home voucher scheme by Tourism NI, those things are really important to ensure that our own people who live in Northern Ireland see the benefits and advantage of having a holiday at home this year, and then obviously once it's safe for the Republic of Ireland. So for me it's about that demand stimulation, then it's about connectivity, and I think as Heather had said, not just connectivity to get to Northern Ireland but to move around Northern Ireland, and how we bring back our coach operators, and investing in public transport, so that people are able to maximise the experience that they have.
Okay, thank you.
And the other thing that I would really like to bring up as well is that it's really important that these conversations have been had with our local councils. They are a priority stakeholder in all of this, and it's really important that they are in all of these conversations. Joanne, can I ask? I've had a lot of inquiries in relation to tourism agents, and we've been looking at ways that we can give grant support to them, etc., etc. Have you been working with this side of your industry?
Yes, and that's why we talk now about more tourism and travel rather than tourism and hospitality, because the travel industry, both inbound and outbound, will support tourism. So travel agents are an important part of that. We've been working with APTA with regards to calling for that support, and I know there is a grouping obviously of the travel agents in Northern Ireland who have been engaging with the Minister. However, there's nothing has come out of those discussions. There was an understanding, but we haven't seen any support, and we continue to call for that. And in fact, as you'll see, it's in my document, as well as support for the business event sector, a lot of the supply chain, and again, going back to the skills, if we lose those skills, that we need for the event sector, that will set us back years in trying to develop that. But again, there's been no support forthcoming, but we continue to engage with both the Department of the Economy and Finance. We think there's a way to get money out very quickly using existing schemes, but we have yet to see any progress on that, and any support from the committee to help to progress that would be much appreciated.
Okay, thank you, Joanne and Sinead. Sorry, I don't want to cut across you, Sinead, but we need to bring Claire in because we're running out of time.
Oh, sorry. Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Sinead. Can we bring Claire into the spotlight, please?
Good morning, Chair. Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Thank you, Joanne and Heather. Joanne, I want to come back to your comments in relation to furlough. I've been raising this with both the Finance Minister and the Minister the economy in relation to those costs of furlough. And that's not just the cost that we can expect because furlough has now been extended, but also the costs of employer contributions. You know, you were right to say earlier that some employers are experience zero income, so even those small costs compared to what they would normally be are quite significant for them. And I suppose I have a concern for employees in that respect, because it's those employees that haven't been with the business as long as maybe longer term employees that will be the easy targets in terms of redundancy, because obviously redundancy costs will be less the less time the employee's been with the business. So I've been trying to encourage, you know, the Northern Ireland Executive to find a way of supporting those furlough related costs, because I do think it could be quite a small pot of money, but it can ensure businesses retain their staff. Just wondering if you have any thoughts in relation to that.
No, absolutely, because the last thing that business want to do is get rid of people, because we do know that we will come through this and we will grow. And as has been said before, the skills that we've got, they're really important to the business to grow. So I think the support, if there is to be able to be some support as the business grows, because again, obviously we want to get open as quickly as possible, but obviously in the safest way, so that businesses can start bringing staff back off furlough. But as you say, you're not able to bring everybody back on day one, because it is going to take time just to build that business. So I suppose this comes into the discussion as well around the continued support. So even though we're open, it doesn't mean that everything is a priori. You know, there is going to be a requirement for further support. And also for a lot of people who, you know, we think the furlough scheme is really good, and it has been really good, but people are only getting 80% of their salary, and I don't think any of us would like to see a 20% pay cut. So there is something there, and again, I would encourage businesses as well to utilise all of the training and skills support that they can continue to develop their staff. But I have to say, talking to a lot of businesses, they really have and continued that engagement with staff. This has been very challenging for everybody, but again, support to ensure that we don't want to see any more redundancies. I think is absolutely something that we fully support.
Okay.
So thanks, Joanne and Claire, and apologies, Claire.
No, you're fine. I'm done.
We're just a wee bit over time. So thank you.
Sorry, Chair, can I just say, obviously I appreciate the time constraints, but if anybody from the committee just would like a one-to-one briefing or has any questions, I'm obviously more than happy to communicate in any way that is needed.
No, thanks very much for Joanne, and I appreciate that invitation and obviously engagement with yourself over the past while as well. So we appreciate both of your time this morning. And we will be following up on a few actions out of the briefing. So thank you. Can we bring into the spotlight then, please, Paul Grocott and Michelle Scott and Louise Long, please. And members, so we're moving on to item number 5, which is the briefing on the Economic Recovery Action Plan. There is a clerk's memo at page 73. The recovery plan itself is at page 79. And if I hand over to the officials to make a statement, and then we can open it up to members for questions.
Yeah, hi, good morning, Chair. Just checking you can hear me okay.
Yeah, we can, Paul. Yep.
Perfect. Just to let you know, Louise is at a all-party parliamentary group briefing about the impacts of COVID on women. So Ian's joined us instead of Louise. I'll just provide a brief sort of summary of the context and positioning of the Recovery Action Plan, and then I'll hand over to Michelle to give you a very quick run through the high-level documents. We won't talk for too long because obviously the document's been published and you have it and we can get into questions on it. So. Just as a general update on how we've structured our policy response in 3 phases, and this is necessary because people, businesses and places will feel different impacts in different phases, so therefore the policy response has had to reflect those changes and directly engage with it. Inevitably there is some overlap between the phases, but broadly we've worked on the principles that we'll be moving through a response phase, which is still very current, into a recovery phase, and then on into a renew phase. And the action plan that we've published is very much positioned in that middle phase, that recovery phase. So you will have seen language in there that talks about kickstarting, rebuilding and unfolding event, and that's very much trying to dock into the economic exam question that we're expected to see in that recovery phase. Also on positioning, this is a contribution towards an executive-wide policy response. So we are at official level and both at ministerial level as an active area of engagement where we're looking to bring that together from all departments and pieces together, as I said, into an executive-wide response. Through that engagement and through that process, we'll expect to see a product that facilitates decisions on allocations and budget allocations for individual interventions. But we fully appreciate the demand for businesses and people to bring this document to life as quickly as possible and to put these interventions into the economy as quickly as possible so they can start have immediate impacts. And the final point for me on positioning is that this is very much part of our ongoing conversation, both with you as the committee, but also for our stakeholders. And the reason it's part of the conversation is because we've had so quickly. Minded back to FDR, Roosevelt talks about the demand in the public holding persistent. We hear that demand at the moment. That demand exists for action, and as a result of that, we've had to move a lot quicker.
Bad connection.
And we are here with you today, as much in listening mode. So we're keen to get your input on where you think the action plan stands up, or where you think that there's areas for improvement where we can sort of build stuff in, as much as we are to answer questions on a specific detail. So that's a very high level of where the document sits. I'll let Michelle now just give a very high level run through of the documents. So Michelle, over to you.
Oh, Michelle, I think you're on mute. No?
Is that me now? Sorry.
Yeah.
Apologies. Well, thank you, Paul, and thank you, Chair, for the opportunity to come along today and talk to you about the Department's Economic Recovery Action Plan. As members will be aware, and as we have discussed at the committee, the Department published Rebuilding a Stronger Economy in the summer, and this document set out at a high level the priorities for a more competitive, inclusive and greener economy. The purpose of the Recovery Action Plan is to set out the immediate actions required to deliver against that agenda and the actions required to protect and stabilise employment. Members will also be aware that the Department has been working in the recovery space for some time, and I came along and spoke to you, I think it was in the autumn, about the bids that we had been placing through the in-year monitoring rounds to further that recovery agenda. So we have already mobilised a significant amount of interventions in the recovery space, not least in the skills area. So as I say, the Recovery Action Plan sets out the work that needs to be done, that has been done to date in this space. And I think that was important within the plan, just to set out, look, actions have been taken while recovery, and I will put our hands up and say it was difficult to judge the timing for recovery. Whenever I spoke to you, and I would say I think it was in the autumn, we wouldn't have anticipated we'd be sitting here in March with business still closed, still operating under those health regulations. So the Recovery Action Plan considers the interventions that will be required in, say, the next 12 to 18 months. But I just want to be clear that that's not set in stone, and by the nature of the interventions within the Recovery Action Plan, some of them will be longer term, and the classic example is skills interventions, some of which are obviously based on a longer time horizon. So within the Economic Recovery Plan, and as members will have noted, our interventions are brigaded within 4 key themes: R&D innovation, skills, investment, trade and exports, and greener economy. And they will be familiar to all committee members as key drivers of economic growth. Members will note that on page 8 of the Recovery Action Plan, we've set out the additional funding that will be required under each of the 4 themes to deliver the Recovery Action Plan, and it won't have been lost on members that looks quite unbalanced in terms of a very high financial ask against investment, trade and exports. And that is because within that theme is the High Street Stimulus Scheme, which, as members will be aware, is a high cost, high intensity intervention to stimulate demand on our high streets. So also in reviewing the plan, it is important to note, as Paul said, this is part of an ongoing, continuing and evolving conversation. These interventions will evolve, will change over time as we respond to what is an unfolding economic crisis and health crisis. So the final point I wanted to make, and Paul had mentioned this, is the Recovery Action Plan is focused on that recovery space. So within it, you won't see the interventions on the intense sort of life support grant schemes that are being rolled out. And that is because it is considered as a separate phase. To bring this forward, we have focused just in that recovery space, but a lot of these interventions will be layered on top of that lifeline intervention. So really that's just a very quick run through, and more than happy to get to questions and conversations now about the plan.
Okay, thanks both of you for the overview there. It's useful to get. And I welcome what you have said there in respect of it being part of an ongoing conversation, and that the committee has the opportunity to feed in and to respond as well. I think that across the broad themes of the recovery plan, I don't think anybody would disagree with the broad themes, and I think the focus on skills is particularly important, and it has been a priority for the committee over the past number of months in terms of our work as well. Just to pick up on the final point that you made there, Michelle, just around how this links to the kind of current phase where we are with, as you described, the life support measures. I guess there is a bit of a transition from that survival phase into recovery phase as well. And I'm just wondering about the type of interventions maybe to support businesses to safely reopen. And we've seen some of this last summer in terms of support through councils and things like that for businesses to put in place some safety measures and things like that, but also in terms of the likes of Invest NI's digital capability grants, and how is all of that kind of linking up from taking businesses to where we are now, where it is very much life support and survival, to beginning to be able to rebuild and to regain the capacity that they had prior to the lockdown situation?
Well, I think and reviewing the plan, you'll notice there is a very broad range of interventions within the plan, some of which are, if we're looking at a spectrum, more on that intense support that to be frank, 5 to 10 years ago, in a good economic backdrop, we probably wouldn't have been providing support to, but we're responding to a very unique situation. So there is more intense support within the Recovery Action Plan for this initial phase as people move out of those restrictions and move back towards a more normal operating environment. You had mentioned the e-commerce, or the digital selling intervention there, and that is an example of what probably, to be frank, we wouldn't do in normal times, but it's to assist those businesses adapt to a very unusual operating model and accelerate what is a normal evolution of the economy anyway, as we move on to online selling, albeit it has happened at a considerably accelerated pace over the last 12 months. So how I like to almost visualise this is it's a staircase, and the steps getting more narrow as we go up towards a longer term economic vision for Northern Ireland. But we're at the stage now where we do have some more intense interventions, just as the economy finds its feet again. Okay,
no, thanks for that. And I also am glad to hear that this is part of, I suppose, the executive-wide approach to recovery, because it's a criticism I would have had of the strategy that it didn't bring together kind of the cross-departmental approach to it, and that's really important in certain aspects of recovery to have the kind of cross-departmental buy-in. And if we look, for example, to the green recovery piece, that there is a number of departments that really need to buy into anything that is proposed in that space. And so I'm glad to hear that it's part of that broader conversation. Just to suppose in that in the green recovery piece, is there plans to develop that out a bit more? There's a particular focus on hydrogen, which is one particular aspect, and I guess there is potential there to develop upon. But in terms of, I suppose, bringing together various aspects of recovery around skills development, giving young people the opportunity to gain skills that are going to be in those kind of developing sectors around the green economy. And there was the commitment in New Decade, New Approach to the Green New Deal. Has that been part of a conversation between departments in terms of economic recovery to move forward with the Green New Deal approach?
If I pick up on start, I think that sort of that illustrates the connectivity between the phases, and particularly in that aspect, it's the connected and overlap between recovery and renew. And in some ways, it's artificial to draw the lines between them, and it just makes it much easier for us to define the policy response. So I think what you'll see here is, as Michelle mentioned, that we put that 12 to 18 month time frame that will be a movable feast. But there has to be overlap and integration into both what the department's doing on the skills strategy and the energy strategy to set that wider strategic context and that longer term goal, and then also bring it back into an executive wide process. And that the real value that we have from that, because we've moved so quickly, we've not had the opportunity to draw the dots and the lines between what we've set out as a recovery and what other departments are going to be doing. So the real value is of integrating and as part of an executive process is we can draw those links, particularly, for example, between the skills interventions that we have here and the activities that have been developed by colleagues in the Department for the Communities. And similar, DERA are doing some exciting work on green growth, and there's huge overlap between what they're doing and what we've set out here, both in terms of the green growth strategy, but what their colleagues are going to set out in the forthcoming energy strategy as well.
No, I appreciate.
Michelle, sorry. I was just going to ask you if I missed any technical detail that Michelle wanted to pick up. Sorry.
No, I think just the only thing I would add, obviously the greener economy is a really exciting opportunity for the Northern Ireland economy, and what we have in there is almost a foothold. And whenever I know I won't use my staircasing analogy in this, but we would see a significant amount of development in that area over the coming months and years, and obviously whenever we look at that executive level recovery plan, there is a huge amount of cross-cutting issues that emerge from that. It not only cuts across the other things within our recovery action plan, but obviously is cross-cutting with a number of other departments, so that will be built upon through that process.
No, I would completely agree with that, Michelle, and I think that it is important that we kind of plan to take advantage of whatever opportunities that there are there for new jobs and investment in that space. I'm going to try and keep brief because other members want to get in and we are short on time today, but just I suppose one final point. In terms of addressing the productivity challenges we face in the North, one of the things that is continuously highlighted is the need to address low pay and insecure work, and there is the NDNA commitments around workers' rights and employment, and there's no particular reference in this document to those aspects of the recovery. So I was just wondering, is the department looking at that in terms of fulfilling those commitments in terms of New Decade, New Approach?
Yeah, colleagues are looking to pick that up. I don't have that with me, that briefing, but we can come back to you, provide you an update of where that's got to in terms of feeding into. There's a whole process that pieces together the executive's response to NDNA, so there will be an update, which unfortunately I don't have. Michelle, is there anything else that we've got through the process of bringing this together that would be helpful to share?
I would say there is ongoing work within the department. The difficulty with this action plan, because it's focused very much on the immediate actions, it doesn't capture a huge range of activities that are being taken in normal times across the department. So there may be some overlap there, but certainly we can come back. excuse me, we can come back with some more detail on that, but I do know there is a body of work being taken forward.
I appreciate that, thank you. Can I bring Paul?
It'd be good. Sorry, Chair. It'd be interesting to know if you come to us for write to us and we can give you the detail. Is linking the rights element to the productivity challenge, because particularly in that renew phase, making the economy more productive and more competitive has to be at the core of that. So if the committee has views on where there's key policy interventions that can drive that productivity and competitiveness, then it would be interesting to hear that.
I appreciate that, Paul, and we can look at that. Can I bring Paul Given into the spotlight, please?
Thank you. Thanks for the presentation. Just one quick question for me in terms of the importance of foreign direct investment. I know that the ARC21 waste facility comes to around £240 million. How important is that project? Would it be, and foreign direct investment as part of this plan?
I have details on that investment, I'm afraid, Paul. Michelle, did you?
I'm afraid I can't speak specifically to that project. I mean, obviously, Paul, FDI is a key component of the Recovery Action Plan, and very, very keen to bring in additional investment into the Northern Ireland economy as part of that recovery. But we can certainly provide more detail on that specific project if that would be helpful.
Okay, great. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chairman.
Thanks, Paul. Nice and brief. Can we bring Sinead into the spotlight, please?
Good morning. Thank you very much, Paul and Michelle, for your briefing this morning, and it was great to see the document published there a couple of weeks ago. Very welcome to have it. In relation to, I just want to talk about funding. There's an indication that an additional £290 million is required in order to deliver some of the key aspects of this recovery plan. And you've broken it down: 20 million R&D and innovation, 50 million for highly skilled and agile workforce, 20 million for a greener economy, and 200 million for investment, trade and exports. That 20 million for the greener economy sounds, not a very big stretch. According to the aspirations within the document and what actual money is going to be put against it, there seems to be a significant mismatch. And also in there it indicated that this will include the cost of delivering a high street stimulus package that's going to cost £140 million. And again, I have reservations, and I've put them on record here about the nature and structure of that high street stimulus package, and who it actually reaches out to, and who actually benefits from it. So I will state that again quite categorically. But if you compare that to the money that we're putting in for the green economy, it seems to be really just not good enough, not adequate. When you think of what Scotland is putting in for a 10-year plan, like £2 billion in order to drive their green economy, we're falling really short at it there. So I would like to kind of think about that. And also, based on the high street stimulus package, we all remember the Doubt to Help Out programme that happened last summer. Chris Whitty yesterday quite categorically said that there is an expectation of another wave towards the end of the summer and the beginning of autumn. Do we really want to be putting stimulus packages like this in the high street at the moment?
Yeah, thanks. So if I pick up on the high street scheme first, and then we'll come back to the green economy piece. So yeah, I was at the session with Richard Ramsey, so we had a really helpful discussion about the structure, and my recollection is that there was agreement about the purpose of the scheme. Absolutely, this is about it's high streets in Northern Ireland that need the support. There's a question about how you secure that. if you choose to purposefully exclude shops, there are unintended consequences, both in terms of the shops can be used, but people use the card. So that's a policy choice and decision that we had a pretty active discussion on, and that our minister, in writing to the executive, they'll have to make a decision on. It was encouraging to see the High Street Support Scheme mentioned in the executive pathway as a key lever in order to support businesses transition out of.
I think we may have lost.
You've been considered that delivered in line with the public health guidance, which is why we've not delivered the scheme now because the shops are closed, but also delivering it as soon as the shops open would be the wrong thing to do for the lessons that you've talked about just there. So it's still absolutely the intention. I think when the time is right, this will be a really important intervention to help our high streets stimulate demand. Whenever we speak to the trade bodies, the chambers of commerce or businesses themselves, they're incredibly supportive of it, but recognise the timing has to be right. And that will be a decision at executive level, with the public health advice playing a prominent role. On the green energy, and Michelle, please come in as well, is so the green economy. I think important to recognise the time frames that we're talking about. This is, as Michelle mentioned, this is a relatively short period of time when considering our journey to net zero. It also needs to be packaged together as part of an executive-wide response that, the greener economy isn't just, I would play a hugely important role, it's an executive-wide responsibility, and other departments will, I'm confident when they bring forward their similar plans for recovery and that's pieced together into an executive-wide paper, will have significant contributions here. So you'll start to see, I'm sure, the quantum of funding that you'd expect to see or comparable to what Scotland have put on the table. And then in the longer term as well, when we bring forward the energy strategy, that will have a much longer term so a pathway on our journey to net zero, which again will probably start to look more familiar with what Scotland might have published. Michelle, anything else you'd like to add on the greener intervention?
I just think an important point as well in terms of those costings, that is the additional funding required on top of our baseline. So there are interventions within all the themes and within the greener economy that will be funded from existing departmental monies. And I know there was, and I can't remember which one off the top of my head, I apologise, there was one of the greener economy interventions, actions that we were able to fund from within our capital baseline. So it's just to make the point that that is not the totality of what we propose to do in each of the things over the next 12 to 18 months. This is the additional funding that will be required to layer on top of that. And as Paul has said, once the collegiate response across the executive is pulled together, particularly on such a cross-cutting issue, such as the greener economy, that figure will increase again.
Thank you very much for that. Paul, just one quick question. In relation to after the 31st of March, the support programmes that are going to be rolled out, can you give us any update? Because businesses are quite anxious as to what support they're going to receive after that date, after that financial year, because nothing is on the record yet.
Yeah, I appreciate the position that unfortunately, that's an executive level decision that I can't provide further update on. That ministers need to come together and decide on the future support package going forward and the availability of the funding to finance that as well.
Okay, I believe we're meeting on Thursday, so hopefully we'll have some information there. Thank you. Thank you.
Thanks, Sinead. Can we bring Christopher into the spotlight, please?
Hello there, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can.
Thanks, and thank you for your presentation. I think one of the things that is really, really important is that accompanying the action plan is going to need to be, in order to give businesses and the economy some sense of hope, is going to need to be dates, frankly, a timeline of when we can start easing things. And I'm just wondering, not only in terms of the department's position, is a timeline, a dated timeline, going to be published? And secondly, I think it's increasingly becoming important that the relevant data should be published now. Last week, the Minister for Health, I think, got himself into a bit of trouble when he said that the data was too complex for people to understand. But I think more than a year into lockdown, people should be getting access to that data to allow them to see what information is being used by the government to determine these positions. So dates and data, if you've got some views on that, I'd be interested to hear them.
Yeah, so this document sits separate to the pathway that the executive published, and that's purposefully so, that we didn't want to blur those lines, and it's positioned, on the assumption that the restrictions that are currently in place are significantly reduced, and therefore businesses are open to trade, and they need support in that transition from the current position into the recovery. So it doesn't comment on the restrictions or dates when those restrictions may be lifted. The pathway's out there, it's published. The view of the business community has been well known. There is a official led working group on how that pathway becomes sort of put into action, and when you might see sort of particular stages, what you might see in particular stages, and that's live and ongoing. It will include stakeholder engagement, so we're very keen, particularly from our perspective, for the business community to feed in. And you've got some really helpful evidence from Joanne and Heather earlier on about the need for businesses to have that timeline to prepare. It can't just be instantly. So I think that stakeholder feedback into what those review sort of milestones will do, and the decisions that they're likely to take at those points are important. But there's no further detail that I can share above and beyond that, I'm afraid, at the moment, Mr. Stalford.
Okay, I know yesterday in the House, I asked the Minister a question about basically easements around florists and what have you, and the Minister was able to detail that she had sought to put in place a click and collect arrangement for independent retailers, florists, but this was rejected by the remainder of the executive. Just wondering, do you have an idea, if you could give me an idea of just how many other suggestions of easement around economic lockdown has the department submitted, and have any of them been accepted?
So I mentioned official-led working group, which is chaired by TEO, which we're actively involved in. So through that, we are bringing our economic analysis to provide as much support to colleagues in TEO as possible, how you would structure executive level decisions to ensure that, as ministers are presented with those review points, that they have the maximum amount of information available to them, particularly in terms of sensible sequencing, but also the economic impacts of restrictions, because it's essential that is a key part of the evidence that ministers use to make the decisions at those particular milestones. But I don't have a record of our ministers' contributions at the executive, not least because they're confidential, and there's no reason why I would have them.
Yeah, I think not necessarily. I'm not looking for a Hansard of the executive. What I'm trying to establish is that the minister said in the House yesterday that she had suggested, in relation to florists, independent florists, she had suggested this one particular easement. I'm just wondering, presumably the suggestions that are made at the executive come in the form of papers prepared by the department. And I think it would be interesting for the public to know just the scale of easements that the economy department has suggested, which have been vetoed by the other parties in the executive, because I think the public have a right to know that, and I think it's important going forward. Just in relation to the high street, I welcome the provision that you've made, because and the suggestions in the document, because it is quite apparent that that florist thing that I raised yesterday, just one example of it. So Mother's Day on Sunday, my kids want to buy a bunch of flowers for their mother. They can do it in Tesco or they can do it in Asda, but the independent florist hasn't been allowed to open for more than a year. And the independent retailer on the high street is basically getting screwed to the floor Meanwhile, the huge multinationals are profiting from this situation. Like I expect at the end of the year, Tesco, Asda and all of these, and look, those are good and important companies too. They provide lots of jobs. I'm not bashing them as such, but I have no doubt that their profit margins are going to be up. And I think it is really important that the drive now needs to be getting as much of the economy open as quickly as possible, because given the massive success that the vaccine rollout has been, and we were told by other ministers the rollout of the vaccine was our route out of this, and given the massive progress that's been made in that regard, I don't really think we can afford to delay anymore or drag our feet on freeing up our economy. But look, that's more of a statement than a question. Thank you very much for your presentation. It was very, very interesting. Thank you.
Thanks, Christopher. Can we bring John Stuart into the spotlight, please?
Thanks, Chair. I've still got no camera, so audio only. Thanks, folks, again for the presentation so far. Really enlightening. I think I'll echo the Chair's and other comments just to say that this document is well welcomed. It ticks many of the boxes as a committee and that stakeholders have been highlighting that need to be addressed. And I suppose what we look forward to is putting the meat onto the bones as this develops and remains a live document. And I suppose that's the one question I want to get just to tease out initially, is just how important you think there is to have continuity in this. I made the point during my contribution about the skills strategy, is that we quite often see recovery documents and economic strategies being produced, and then a year or two down the line another one's produced and the previous one's dumped. You know, I do think it's so important, given the impact that the economy has suffered as a result of COVID and everything else, that we have a strategy that we stick to over successive mandates. That will be the same across many other strategies within the department and across other departments in the Assembly. And also that collegiate approach, doing away with the old silo mentalities. A lot of this will be predicated upon work overlapping with other departments. Just how key do you think that is to have that continued live document and live strategy for economic recovery?
So I completely agree. I think the common theme of sort of criticism of strategies is the policy churn isn't helpful. And I think this is where we need to connect the phases. So it's really important, and the Minister will be bringing it forward shortly. I'm keen to speak to the committee about it as well, as what does that long-term future for the Northern economy look like? And that sort of sets a marker down into the future, and that needs to be consistent. What we say in that needs to hold through the years, and you need to be able to draw a line back to that. So the recovery action plans, so the steps that we're taking now have to be leading us on that path. The challenge I think that we're going to face is that in ordinary times you'd be able to sort of have an implementation plan that followed that path. The challenge in this current context is that there will be unfolding events that today we don't expect, that we will have to respond to. So the recovery action plan is going to have to do two things. It's going to have to lead us on that journey towards that fixed point in the future, but also very quickly react to events as they unfold. And that will be the challenge as policymakers. That's the challenge that we're facing, and also the challenge with our delivery agencies, that they need to be able to move very quickly, I expect, in order to react and respond to events and provide the interventions that are absolutely necessary. And Michelle, is there anything you wanted to add to that in terms of
I suppose that this goes back to the point I made earlier, that the recovery action plan really is a broad spectrum of interventions, and within that plan you will see, particularly in the skills and innovation, but really across all themes, the footholds of a longer term economic strategy. So building those skills of those high priority sectors, working with partners to build the attractiveness of Northern Ireland as a destination for both tourists and investment. So there are a lot of longer term, while the short term interventions, they are the footholds of a longer term economic strategy. Now within there as well, you also have some more reactive, responsive interventions that are very specific to the current crisis. And that will be a challenge to keep this document live, keep it responsive and reactive to unfolding situations, whilst also having an eye on that longer term economic strategy for Northern Ireland.
Yeah, I totally agree with that, Michelle. I think those footholds will be key over long term, definitely in terms of long term strategy and growth, and that will be the challenge without doubt. But I think back to the original point, which you agree with, is it continually changing it, and it's not label and blame it yourselves, but just seems to be a theme across governments everywhere that every couple of years there's another bright idea, and there was probably nothing wrong with the previous one, it just hadn't been given time. So the economy and businesses like certainty, and I think if we could give them some through a sustained strategy, that would be very beneficial. I think as a committee chair, probably we could spend an entire committee meeting on this document, discussing it. And I don't want to put our guests through that today, so maybe there is an opportunity going down the line that we could sit and tease out more of it and maybe put together a more full committee response. I think that would be beneficial. Full engagement with stakeholders as well. The one last point I want to make is just to echo the Vice Chair's comments around that need for ongoing certainty in the absence of any clarity about when certain sectors can reopen, and we hope that they're given some good news maybe at the next announcement next week. But in the absence of that, there is that uncertainty about whether financial support will continue. And Paul, if I could just maybe stress that through to the Department or the Minister. I know it might require the Executive to tee something up as well, but we need some clarity on it. If I could just get that on the record, that would be helpful. Don't need a response. Thanks for your time today, folks.
Thanks, John. Can we bring John O'Dowd into the spotlight, please?
Well, Chair, and thank you to everyone for your presentation thus far. In relation to long-term planning, there are 3 events that are going to impact on the global economy. Well, certainly 2 on the global economy and another one on our economy on a broader scale. COVID, climate change and Brexit. And all of those events are going to mean that companies, large and small, are looking at their supply chains and how they continue to manufacture or create the industry or services they're involved in. Which brings me on to the point I want to make. Within the recovery plan, what account has been taken to the fact that we now have a new trading reality? And the Assembly passed a motion 2 weeks ago in relation to this, that recognising the new trading reality that we're in after the Brexit transition period has now ended, with the deal with the protocol, etc., etc. And only last week I heard of a company that had a £30 million order that it was looking to fill and was looking at local suppliers to fill that. So how is this economic recovery plan, or how does it fit into those new realities, including the protocol?
Yeah, but on the section on trade there, if you strip out the high street stimulus scheme, there's around 60 million worth of interventions, and they're absolutely rooted in the adjustments that need to be made as a result of COVID, Brexit, including the protocol and climate change for the business community. How do you adjust and adapt to that? But not only that, because standing still isn't good enough in the current climate, you need to be able to identify where there's competitive opportunities to build competitive advantage. So there's a whole package of measures there that are absolutely focused on supporting businesses here, adapt, adjust, and build that competitive advantage. Michelle, are there any specifics that is worth bringing out in terms of John's question about those 3 existential issues?
Well, certainly those 3 issues have been at the heart of our considerations for this recovery action plan. On the trade and exports, there are, as Paul said, both in the skills theme and in the exports theme, there are interventions aimed at helping the Northern Ireland economy adapt and adjust to a new trading reality. I mean, an example is there is an action to help people gain export and trade qualifications, just with the new regime that businesses will have to operate within. That is an ongoing action. We also have actions that are looking at helping businesses strengthen and explore supply chains, and those are interventions that while are forward-looking, that we have been working with Investment on over the last year. So obviously climate change, and as well embedded in those other things like the skills and COVID goes without saying it throughout the plan. But I think those are the 3 issues that certainly we are on policy colleagues are at the forefront of our mind as we develop the Recovery Action Plan.
And it's not only about companies seeking new supply chains, it's about companies becoming the supplier.
Absolutely. It's about developing those supply chains to ensure our local businesses can service the demand within the economy, and the businesses can explore alternative suppliers as well. So yes, I agree, it goes both ways. Sorry, I probably was a bit casual in how I described that.
And just a final point, economic recovery plans and economic policies can be very highfalutin, but they have to be to a certain degree. But they have to mean something to workers and small businesses, which are the heart of our economy. So in terms of the economic recovery plan, what does it mean to the man or woman who got out of bed this morning, climbed into a cold work van, travelled down the country and going to stand and work for 8 to 10 hours until it gets dark? What in real terms does this mean for those people?
I'd say, in real terms, it's a £290 million investment to ensure that, if they're in work, that we can continue them to be in prosperous and productive work. And if they're unfortunate that they fall out of the labour market, that there is a sophisticated and well-developed support network to keep them as close to the labour market as possible, and therefore we avoid those long-term scarring effects that unfortunately this place is all too familiar with.
Okay, I'm conscious of time, but I think it's worth a further discussion as well, so thank you.
Thanks, John. Can we bring Stuart into the spotlight, please? Stuart gone?
No. Can we bring Stuart Dixon in? Oh, there we go.
Yep, Chair, thank you. Folks, I appreciate that part of this strategy includes a greener economy for Northern Ireland and how we might work in relation to that. Do you have any information in relation to the public sector decarbonisation scheme which the government introduced a year ago in the UK? Do you know whether that £1 billion fund, which actually comes to an end in October of this year, whether Northern Ireland received any of that money? And if it did, then what did we do with it? And if it didn't, do we ourselves have any plans around a public sector decarbonisation scheme? Because the scheme in England has effectively given 100% grant aid to local authorities to bring zero carbon or as near zero carbon footprints as they can to public buildings, leisure centres, libraries, town halls, community centres up and down the country. What are we doing to try and match that, and why are we lagging a year behind?
So I absolutely agree that when we talk about innovation and research and development, R&D spending, and also the drive, expectations of our business community can drive that green growth, those certain expectations need to be placed on the public sector. So that's at the heart of what we're doing, both in terms of thinking about what we're doing in recovery and also that longer term plan. I don't have a specific detail on a public sector decarbonisation scheme or whether we've drawn down any money. Michelle, I don't know if you knew, but if we don't, we can come back to you and provide that.
Yeah.
Sorry, I can't speak specifically to whether or not we got a Barnett consequential or bid into a fund. I do know that there's a proposal to develop an Invest to Save fund to finance investments in central government buildings to provide energy, carbon and cost savings. So that would be similar to the public sector decarbonisation scheme that BEIS introduced. Now, I can follow up on the funding certainly and find out just how that operated at the time. I'm afraid I don't have that information in front of me.
Yeah, because I think in fairness, £1 billion is not an insignificant sum of money in the UK, and we've heard smaller figures where Northern Ireland has received a consequential income for that. But it's disappointing to read that the scheme ends in October of this year, and that local authorities, that the length and breadth of the UK, with the exception, I think, in Northern Ireland, because I certainly haven't noticed any local authority here stepping up in terms of decarbonising their public facilities or other public bodies for that matter. So I think it's a fair question to ask. Where is our share of that money? And if it went somewhere else, then what was the reasoning behind that? And just again to reiterate the question, I think it is important that public buildings take a lead in all of this, and that we should be seeking to see how we can fund them to deliver that greener activity, because we set an example by doing that to other businesses and buildings. Thank you. And of course, all the jobs that are created as well. Retrofitting buildings is very important in terms of insulation and all of that.
Well, absolutely. We'll come back to the funding, but as I say, that invest to save proposal is within the Recovery Action Plan, but we'll come back to you on the money.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Stuart. Sinead, you wanted to come back in for a quick question? Oh, can we bring Sinead into the spotlight, please?
Yes, it's a quick clarifying question, Paul, to yourself in relation to the funding required. You've indicated that 200 million is going to investment, trade and exports, but 140 million of that is for the High Street scheme. So are you saying to me that almost 50% of the money, the £290 million, is going to a high street scheme? Because I'm a bit flabbergasted at how just short-term that this investment is going to be. And you know, a large percentage of that money could be spent in Tesco, in Sainsbury's, in Lidl, or wherever. Is that really where we want as a ratepayer? Like, as a ratepayer, I'm not sure that's value for money for me. And I'm just wondering, am I reading that right, or have I got this completely wrong?
No, so the scheme is still pitched. When we originally pitched the scheme, it was to load £100 onto cards for individuals. So for adult individuals across Northern Ireland, it's a £140 million scheme. You know, looking at where it's been. It
was £95 million before Christmas. Sorry, it was 95 million.
It was allocated 95 million when we pitched the scheme. It was 140 million. It was allocated 95. So we weren't able to deliver the scheme in this year. So because we're using moving into the the next financial year, we reverted back to the original policy design. We think £100 loaded onto the cards will have the maximum impact. It's easy for people to understand, at least. In terms of what will the policy do, it's absolutely designed to support local high streets. It's not designed to support multinationals. And you know, a key aspect of that policy design, which we spoke about, is how do you achieve that? If you exclude the multinationals that you mentioned, you need to be comfortable, that you have knock-on consequences of other local shops that would be categorised in that same category that you would perhaps want people to support. But also, you have to be comfortable that individuals that choose to use the scheme for that purpose wouldn't be able to do so. So the advice that we're providing at the minute and the discussion that we're having both with the committee and also with stakeholders is, you know, on that scale, where are the options between using quite hard choices in excluding people and then accepting their consequences, or having a quite a sophisticated and hopefully effective communications campaign which targets the spend in the areas that you want to see it spend, and then also working with the likes of the Chambers of Commerce to see how you can incentivise spend in areas. So, for example, when we spoke to colleagues in Jersey, they found that local shops actually used the scheme to add an additional discount onto products. So, for example, they were telling us about a Circlewood shop that give you an extra £10 off if you use the card in the scheme. So that's another way of funneling and channeling people into areas where you want to see the spend.
I mean, I don't discount that some people will want to spend this money on food, but that's a different type of scheme. And I keep on saying this, it's a different type of scheme. People that need money for food should get money for food. But that probably will come through, or should come through the Department for Economy, and we should look at welfare mitigations and increasing the money for universal credit. But certainly, I am really concerned when we're looking at recovery and rebuilding. I think we need to think long term instead of short term. And if we look at our high streets, we need a lot more investment in our high streets at the minute. We need, pedestrianisation, we need new infrastructure, we need all sorts of things that are long-term and lasting for the people in our communities. And half of the recovery money, 50%, to go into a scheme that, and if we don't have it very robustly, we know where the money's going to go.
Well, I don't know. So when we're speaking to businesses, they're absolutely about stimulating demand. So we've not had any negative responses when we've gone out and spoken to businesses about the scheme. It's exactly the type of intervention that they want to see. They want to see government money being used to incentivise people to get out onto the high street. And in effect, what we're doing is putting 140 million into the local high streets. That's what we're trying to do. And if the scheme works properly, you'll get the multiplier effect of people using more than the money on the card in the high street, and that's where you'll hopefully see the value for money comes through in the scheme.
And absolutely, small dependency in our health.
This is the only place where we get negative feedback on the scheme.
Well, it's just that it has to be really, really tight in how we put the eligibility and the criteria around it, because if it's not, it'll not go to the high street. And that would be absolutely unforgivable in all of us. If it doesn't go to the people that we want it to go to, then it is not a successful project.
Listen, we completely understand that, and that's at the heart of the advice providing that we're giving to ministers, and that will be what the minister presents to the executive, hopefully relatively soon.
Thanks, Paul and Sinead. And I think, Paul, we might look to get some more information from you in relation to the High Streets voucher scheme as it develops, and obviously there are important discussion points around all of that, and also in terms of the best support that can be given to businesses to help them to be able to reopen and to get that capacity back. But can I just ask a final question just around that kind of contingency planning as well, just based on modelling, because obviously we saw last autumn where a second wave was modelled for, and then the I suppose interventions weren't necessarily designed with that in mind, and just would like to clarify that lessons have been learned from that, and that contingencies are being planned for in respect of the recovery plans now.
Yeah, absolutely, and I think that speaks to Michelle's sort of point about this has to be a living document. It will have to adapt and evolve depending on both the economic events that unfold in front of us, but also the prevailing public health advice at the time. I think that one of the lessons that we picked up is that the earlier where we can bring interventions forward, the easier it is for us to adapt during the course of the year. It's much harder to do that as you get sort of towards the end of the year.
Okay, thank you. And thank the three of you for coming along this morning and for briefing us on the document. And members can suggest some actions, but I think we're going to move straight into our next briefing before we do that. So thanks, and Paul and Michelle and Ian for being with us, and I'm sure we'll have you back soon as well. Okay, members. So
thanks very much.
Thank you. We're going to move on to agenda item number 7, which is the departmental briefing on the SL1, the Education Student Fees and Support Amendment number 2 Regulations Northern Ireland 2021. There is a clerk's memo on this at page 137. The SL1 itself is at page 139. And at our meeting last week, we agreed that we would seek a briefing on this, as it is a significant policy change to the eligibility for home tuition fees. So can I bring into the spotlight, please, Heather Cousins, Head of Skills and Education Group at DFE, and Linda Meldrum, Skills and Education Group at DFE. And Heather, if I hand over to yourself, maybe to just give us a bit of a background briefing to this.
Yes, good morning, everyone. Thanks very much for inviting Linda and myself along to brief you on the regulations applying to higher education courses. So by way of background, when the UK was in the EU and up to the end of the implementation period on the 31st of December 2020, we were part of the reciprocal arrangement between member states in relation to our higher education tuition fee charges and student financial support, which originated from the Free Movement Directive 2004-38. So after the end of the implementation period, those reciprocal arrangements are no longer in place. In terms of our student support and fee policy going forward, we had to fit our policy within the obligations set out in the EU Withdrawal Agreement, the EEA-EFTA Separation Agreement in relation to Norway, Liechtenstein and Iceland, and the Swiss Citizens' Rights Agreement. And these agreements mean that persons from these countries living in the UK on the 31st of December 2020 have what are called protected rights and can continue to live and work in the UK and access services. Under Home Office rules, these persons with protected rights must apply under the EU settlement scheme, and they will be awarded pre-settled or settled status depending on how long they have been living in the UK. We also had to take into account the Home Office new points-based immigration system, under which new persons coming into the UK apply, irrespective of whether it is a new EU national coming into the UK or someone from the rest of the world. So effectively, for new people coming to live in the UK, a French national is treated just like an Australian national, for example. Furthermore, the UK and ROI governments signed the Common Travel Area Memorandum of Understanding in 2019, which affords British and Irish citizens the right to access all levels of education and associated student support in each other's state on a reciprocal basis. So working within this framework, the policy is that for new EU students arriving in the UK and starting courses from September 2021, they will be treated like a student from the rest of the world and are no longer eligible for student support and the lower home fee charges unless they are settled in the UK, sometimes called indefinite leave to remain. Indeed, if we treated the French student differently than the Australian student, we would be open to legal challenge. The following students will continue to be eligible for student support: EU EEA Swiss nationals who started courses in academic year 2020-21 or are partway through their courses. They'll continue to be eligible for their student support and for home fee charges for the duration of their courses. For ROI nationals, the status quo will continue under the reciprocal Common Travel Area arrangements, and they will continue to be eligible for student support and home fee charges. ROI nationals don't have to have been living in the UK on the 31st of December 2020 to qualify, nor are they required to have applied under the EU settlement scheme. For other EU EEA Swiss nationals who were in the UK at the end of the implementation period, i.e. those with protected rights under the withdrawal agreements, they continue to be eligible for student support, though they are required to have settled or pre-settled status under the Home Office's EU settlement scheme. The regulations also make provisions for UK returners, that's UK nationals and their family members who've been living in the EEA who may wish to study in the UK. They are eligible for full maintenance and fee support and home fee charges for courses starting before the 1st of January 2028, and this policy was announced in 2019. There will continue to be provision for EU nationals returning from the EEA to be charged home fees and get fee support, for example, if they return to start courses after 1st of January 2028. Also, the regulations make provisions for migrant and frontier workers, family members of EU nationals, and under Home Office rules, family members of persons of Northern Ireland who obtain settled or pre-settled status under the EU settlement scheme will be treated as having protected rights. This group is not covered by the EU withdrawal agreement, but under Home Office rules, they may apply to the EU settlement scheme should they wish to. We understand this Home Office policy has its origins in the Good Friday Agreement and the right of people of Northern Ireland to identify and be accepted as Irish or British or both, as they may choose. As a result, those with family member or person of Northern Ireland status will have access to home fee status and student financial support on the same basis as family members of EU nationals covered by the withdrawal agreement. Whilst this will make no material difference to the support package students are already entitled to. There is a very, very narrow area of advantage over, say, an English national in similar circumstances. It relates to non-EU, non-UK, non-EU family members. For example, an Australian family member of a person of Northern Ireland. Had the Australian been a family member of an English person, they can only qualify for home fee status and fee loans if they had lived in the territory comprising the UK and islands for 3 years before the course starts. Whereas the Australian family member of a person of Northern Ireland is able to qualify in the former circumstances, or if they have pre-settled status and 3 years in the much wider territory comprising UK, Gibraltar, EEA, Switzerland before the course starts. And persons living in Gibraltar are eligible for fee loans and home fee charges. And finally, I should say that England, Scotland and Wales have decided to adopt a similar approach. This means the reality is that if we were not able to make these changes, we would expect a huge increase in the number of EU students applying to study in Northern Ireland, potentially, since the maximum student number cap sets the maximum number of students who could be charged the lower 4,000 home fees. An increase in EU applications would inevitably displace our home NI students who wish to study here. And so more of our home Northern Ireland students would be forced to go to study in GB in those circumstances. So this leaves us with little choice other than to follow the similar approach being taken in England, Scotland and Wales. And I realise that was delivered at speed, and it's quite a complex area. I don't profess to be the expert. Linda is the expert. So if any of your questions are technical and complex, I will invite Linda to answer the questions. Thank you.
Thanks, Heather, and that has been useful in terms of giving us some greater clarity. But just to clarify completely, there is no change for students in the south, and that will be reciprocated by the government in the south for students from the north. And similarly, can I just ask to clarify that we have to make this change because otherwise we would be open to legal challenge from students in other countries outside of the EU? Is that?
That's correct. That's it in a nutshell, yes.
Okay, to both of those, that's the case?
Yes.
Okay, and so can I just ask then a couple of questions around this, because just in relation to your final point, Heather, around the MASN and EU students, can this be, for example, could this be decoupled? Could the fees be kept as what they are but not included in the MASN? And that's one question. In relation to, could the universities decide not to charge full international fees to EU students in the same way that they previously decided not to charge the £9,000 fees to students from Britain for a while, and then they did eventually move to that position?
Perhaps I could invite Linda to answer those questions.
So the second question was the fee cap and regulations cap the maximum amount that the universities can charge. So for the new EU students coming in from September this year, people that haven't been living in the UK, the universities, they're not capped, so they can choose what to charge the students, but they could potentially leave themselves open for legal challenge if they treated a new French student coming in differently than a new Australian student coming into Northern Ireland to study.
Okay, no, thanks for that. No, that's helpful in terms of understanding that. Can I just ask then, in relation to students from the north who choose to go and study in EU member states and the rights attached to their Irish passport, so passport rights for Irish citizens who live in the north. What is the situation in relation to that and fees?
I don't know the answer to that. Perhaps Linda does.
Well, I think I actually am not sure, but I imagine they would be like us, and it wouldn't just be the nationality of the student, but where they'd been living as well prior. So it's up to each member state to decide their own policies going forward. But once the UK left the EU after the implementation period, the reciprocal understanding that UK students studying in the EU, that reciprocal arrangement, isn't in place anymore. So I would think probably most member states would have some sort of but I just don't know what's in place in other member states.
Okay.
Apart from the south, where obviously the status quo is continuing for the two-way movement between Northern Ireland students studying in the south and southern students studying in the north.
Okay, because similarly, I suppose, to the points that you have made in respect of students from elsewhere and non-EU member states potentially looking to legally challenge if there was a differential in fees. Irish passport holders are still EU citizens as well, so there is rights attached to that status in terms of being able to access certain things, and I think we need to seek some clarification around the status of students from the north with Irish passports in terms of being able to access courses in EU member states. So Peter, if that's an action that we could maybe take out of this. Can I bring John O'Dowd into the spotlight, please?
Thank you, Chair. The points I wanted to raise had largely been covered, but just in the last point you raised there yourself, will the status of an Irish passport holder be changed as a result of us passing this SL1 on regulation, or does that status be defined by the withdrawal agreement? So I don't know if you have the answer to that, but maybe that's something Peter maybe take as an action point moving forward.
I think it's highly unlikely that this set of regulations would impact on the status of anyone's passport. I think those issues are issues that are wider withdrawal agreement issues that are not specific to these regulations.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. And can we bring Stuart Dixon into the spotlight?
Thank you, Chair. Again, I think the areas of subjects have already been covered both by yourself and John. And I don't even think you actually need to hold an Irish passport to claim Irish citizenship. And there have been a number of court cases around this, D'Souza and others. So I think, to be honest, Chair, that the committee will require further information. It would be my inclination not to support this today until we receive further information. And it may very well be that the committee should seek legal advice with regards to all of this. It's a very complex area, and I think we need further information before we can make a decision.
Yeah, no, thanks, Stuart, and I agree. And I just wanted to ask, has the department sought any legal advice on it? And Stuart makes an important point there as well in respect of whether you claim your Irish citizenship or not. Every citizen in the north has the entitlement to it if they so choose. So I guess it is an area that we need to just try and clarify. Has there been any legal advice sought?
Linda, perhaps you could clarify the legal advice?
No legal advice has been sought, but the issue, as I understand you're saying, is about the position of our students going to study elsewhere in Europe. And that's completely outside the terms of these particular regulations. These regulations just allow, for students coming into Northern Ireland to study. So I think they're two separate issues, but it's a very valid question to ask.
No.
But we don't give student support for our Northern Ireland students going to study in the EU, apart from obviously Northern Ireland students going to study in the ROI.
Okay, no, and I appreciate the point that you're making. It's just, I suppose, that the reciprocation from other EU member states is where I guess we would have the question marks over. Can I bring Sinead McLachlan into the spotlight, please?
Thank you, Heather and Linda, for your trying to clarify this. I mean, I find it very difficult to understand, to be honest with you, and many students in Northern Ireland, as you'll be well aware, actually go to Europe to study. I know a few students that are in the Netherlands, etc., and they do it because of their EU membership. Obviously, that has changed, but we really do probably need to know just exactly what value can be placed on their citizenship in relation to where they choose to study. And we need clarification on that. And I realise that this is really about incoming students. But I do think because it was a reciprocal arrangement, that we kind of need to understand just how it in totality influences or impacts on all our students here. And just to be clear, so home students are regarded as UK GB, all students GB, and all students ROI at the moment. Is that what you're saying?
Students,
home fees, sorry.
Home fees, so students who are eligible for home fees at the minute are home Northern Ireland students, and they're also EU students as well coming to study in Northern Ireland. Yeah.
Could we just clarify that students coming from England and Scotland to study in Northern Ireland are charged higher fees?
And that will remain?
Yeah.
That will remain, yes.
Yes, yeah.
Yeah. And what about students coming from ROI? They're
charged home fees.
Home fees. Okay.
Yeah.
That's grand. No, that clears that up as well. Thank you.
Heather and Linda, thanks for the information, and I think the committee is going to suggest some actions for us out of the briefing, so thank you for clarifying that for us this morning. And members, if we maybe just decide what we're doing with that.
Chair, just if I can come in on that, clearly from what Linda and Heather have briefed, the status of students from ROI has not changed. Under the CTA MOU, they will continue to be regarded as home students with home student fees. And the issue that's been raised about students from here studying within other EU countries on their Irish passport or using their Irish citizenship, would they qualify for EU home fees? From what the officials have said, and I think it's understandable, is out with this particular set of regulations. The regulations only apply to students studying here. So, Chair, I think where the clarification probably lies now is how the EU and EU member states will respond to students from here who wish to study within the EU, exercising their Irish citizenship, and whether they would be viewed as home students within the other EU countries. And I think obviously, I appreciate Heather and Linda and the department can't answer that. That's probably a question for EU member states. So, Chair, what I might suggest is we write to the EU Commission regarding what that status actually is. And I think just it might be worth members having another conversation around the SL1. I appreciate what the officials have said, and They've indicated that, as committee had hoped or expected, the CTA MOU would mean that students from the south still have the same rights they had before, and those EU students who are already here or have settled status, etc., have not changed. So in terms of the SL1, that's established. The unknown here goes, I suppose, beyond the SL1. So if members are content, we will write to try and get clarification on the status of students from here seeking to study in the EU using their Irish citizenship.
Can I just ask members to mute themselves if they're not speaking? Thank you. And yeah, Peter, if members are content,
just to find that clarification, I appreciate in terms of what the officials have said that that's not necessarily part of this SL1, but I think it's just useful, Chair, to bring the SL1 back to the committee just for members to talk and clarify what exactly their understanding is.
And Peter also, and I think a number of members also mentioned this as well, the wording of the SL1 isn't entirely clear, so could we maybe just ask that is refined slightly, just to...
We'll talk to the department about that, Chair.
Get out what it means.
Yeah.
And then there is the related issue that Linda mentioned about students from here wouldn't have student support for studying in the EU unless they're considered home students, as far as I understand. So we also need to clarify that situation, but that will come secondary to clarifying the actual status of students from here studying in the EU member states, first of all.
Okay, Chair, I'll take those actions away. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Members, we have a few minutes before we need to finish up here, so if we go now, if we want to go back to the Economic Recovery Action Plan to agree our actions from that.
There's a number of things I want to maybe suggest coming out of that. We'll be looking, Chair, members have suggested, we look at further detail around the NDNA commitments that link through to the Economic Recovery Action Plan, and we'll seek some clarification that there were some specifics mentioned, and we'll pin that down with the department. Also, seeking clarification on Mr Given's question around the ARC21 issue. I think the department can clarify who we need to ask around that. Additionally, we'll ask the department around the proposals that the Minister has made to the Executive around economic easements over the last 6 months or so, just to see what exactly those have been and what the Executive response has been. Chair, I'm also going to suggest we do a discussion event around the Economic Recovery Action Plan. It would allow stakeholders to give members a view of what they think. If we do it in the style of the micro-inquiry discussion events we've had, if members are agreeable to that, I think it would just be really useful to get that feedback in a live session. Additionally, we'll ask for the department to clarify where we are in terms of fallout from the base decarbonisation scheme and what we're actually looking at that going forward into the new financial year, and more specifics on the high street voucher scheme. I'm also going to suggest, Chair, that in the discussion event with stakeholders, we have a specific question around that to hear their views. If members are agreeable to those actions.
Yep, I agree.
Chair, sorry, can I come in?
Yep, go ahead, Sinead.
In relation to the recovery plan, an action plan, it's not really a long-term recovery plan, and I don't think that that's the intention, to be perfectly honest. So I want to maybe tease out a little more about how it actually plays in some of our long-term objectives in relation to the new approach. I mean, there was real commitments that every party signed up for delivery, and there are gaps there. They're not mentioned in the recovery plan, and I don't know if that's significant or important, or is that a separate plan that we're going to see that in terms of the programme for government, which we have yet to see. But there are real gaps there, and even within the Green New Deal aspect, there's significant gaps there, areas left out. So whilst it's an action plan and we're going to have some kind of plan, there are significant areas that we need to ensure are not left behind as well.
Chair, hopefully we'll be able to clarify that when we do the cross-check between the NDNA and the Economic Recovery Action Plan as to what we would expect potentially to see in that. I'm also really conscious, Chair, of the number of additional strategies that the Department's looking at that will have to fit in with the Economic Recovery Action Plan. Just off the top of my head, the skills strategy, the energy strategy, all the reviews involving skills levels, the 4 and 5 level review, the FE review, the HE review. There's a huge swathe of strategic policy development that's got to fold into this. And Chair, I suppose the other thing to flag up would be, members raised it a number of times during the briefing, was the actions that sit right across the executive. So, Chair, it might be helpful if members are content to write to the Executive Office just to get that down as an action coming out of this, that the committee is very conscious that the Executive needs to roll in behind actually delivering on this Economic Recovery Action Plan. So bringing it up to Executive level, highlighting that fact, and probably then asking the Executive Office to clarify what that process is, how other departments are going to feed into this. I think that's important to hear probably from the Executive.
Okay. Yeah, and I suppose just to also communicate to the Minister that it's important that there is that cross-departmental approach to this action plan as well. And Paul made a point in relation to the productivity challenges. Yeah. I think it might be useful for us to put a bit of a focus on that particular aspect of work. I know that there has been significant work done in that space by the likes of NIRI, so maybe there is a small inquiry or something, piece of work that could be done around that. And I'm not sure what kind of time scale we're talking about for the event, the discussion event around the action plan, but if it could maybe be done quite soon, and it might be very useful then to have the Minister respond to that event, and we could invite the Minister in to discuss the action plan and the outcome of a discussion event around it.
Chair, absolutely. That's the most logical and sensible chain of events. So we'll plan on that basis of a discussion event, followed by a ministerial briefing. I think the officials had raised the idea of a discussion with the Minister around the Recovery Action Plan. So that would really facilitate that. So we'll go ahead and start planning in that direction, Chair.
Okay. Okay. Thanks, members. Unless there's anything else, we'll move on. And will we try and do anything else, Peter, or will we?
I think we may have to leave the room, Chair.
Okay.
With the early shutdown day, they're very rigid in getting in here and preparing for the next committee, and I'm conscious of the fact that we have another SL1 that we would have ideally got to today that also has a number of questions attached to it. But I'm thinking if we leave that, I can get further clarification because I've had conversations with some members about it.
Can we just clarify, Peter, in the SL1 that we got, it referred to it coming into operation on the 10th of March. Have we sought some clarification as to whether or not that's the case?
Chair, that's one of the key things we need to find out. Often in an SL1, it will give a date as a planned for date. What we need to find out is if the department is planning to put an SL1 to the business office laid today. Obviously, we haven't approved an SL1. We certainly haven't seen an SR. So, yeah, I'll be clarifying that with the department immediately.
Okay. Okay, members. So then we're going to move on to agenda item 14, which is date timing, please. Oh, Peter would like us to look at the forward work programme. It is at page 255 of your packs. And members will have had a chance to see it in their pack before today. So are members content with the forward work programme, and that the committee staff go ahead and organise those briefings?
Chair, in relation to the forward work programme, last week at our committee we indicated that we would take a briefing in regard to insulating houses and retrofitting. I think that this probably needs to be reflected in our forward work programme as well, because I don't see it there.
Chair, I was going to say the forward work programme is a super movable feast at the minute. It's on our list of briefings to organise, Chair. Sinead is gallantly working on that as we speak. But no, absolutely, it's on our list of to organise briefings, and we'll try and get that one up fairly quickly, because I'm really conscious it also feeds into the energy strategy, which is very rapidly approaching. And we need to understand just exactly what the capabilities there are around retrofitting homes, public sector, estate, etc.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so moving on then, item 14, the date, time and place of the next meeting. Members will be glad to hear that there is no meeting next Wednesday morning because of St Patrick's Day. So we have a bit of a break, and then our next meeting is on Wednesday the 24th of March, and it is our concurrent briefing with Infrastructure and Agriculture Committees on TSS. So it will take place in the Senate that morning, and then we'll move back into room 30 after that briefing. So that's it for today. Thank you.
Thank you, members.
29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29.
No, it doesn't.
I've just asked them to go into open now, okay?
Mm-hmm. Can you tell me when to start then?
Yeah. Okay, Joanne?
All right, thank you very much, Marie. All right, so Jim, it's just you and I, and that's the two members, which means we're quorate. We've already confirmed that everybody can see and hear everything. Obviously, the facility's there to raise your hand if you wish to ask a question. Jim, on the basis that I can't see you, if you speak, it'll transfer to you anyway. Okay. All mobile devices are on airplane mode, as we're aware. Marie, has anybody delegated authority? We appreciate people are coming late, but has anybody delegated any authority with regard to vote?
No, nothing.
Okay. So, Jim, we're in agreement to move forward into open session?
Yes, indeed.
Okay. Assembly Broadcasting, could you please ensure that the meeting is now being streamed, please?
We're in open now, yes.
That's lovely. Thank you very much. Okay, welcome members, Jim, that's you and I, to the 11th meeting of the Audit Committee. Marie, you haven't received apologies except for Emma Rogan and that Alan and Daniel are going to be late, is that correct?
Yes, and Emma, an apology, yeah.
Okay, so we'll move into the next item of business. I don't have any interest to declare. Jim, do you?
No.
Okay. So we'll move to the draft minutes. Draft minutes are on page 6 of the meeting pack from the meeting of the 10th of February. Jimmy, content that the minutes are a true reflection of the proceedings?
Yes.
That's lovely. Then the chairman presumably will sign those minutes in due course. Next item of business is matters arising. There are 6 items under matters arising, pages 12 to 26 of the pack. At item 4.1, which is page 12, is a secretariat briefing on the decisions taken under Standing Order 115. Happy to note that, Jim? The usual?
Yeah. Okay.
Right. Items 4.2, 4.3 and 4.4, which are pages 15 to 20, are the responses from NIPSO, the Audit Office and the Minister of Finance regarding pay progression for staff. Would asked about with regard to the public sector pay freeze, if staff would still progress through their pay bands. The Finance Minister's pointed out that while no decision has been taken on public sector pay for 21-22, as a general rule, progression would normally be included in any award where there's a legal or contractual entitlement to it. The Audit Office has confirmed that pay progression by incremental steps will be made, and NIPSO has confirmed that it doesn't expect any impact because of where existing and new staff are on the pay scales. Jem, are you content to note those responses? Or do you have any questions?
That's content.
Yeah. No comments or anything? Okay.
No.
All right. So item 4.5 at page 21 of the meeting pack is a response from the NIAC regarding its input into the January monitoring round. So this information is reflected in the committee's contribution to the recent spring supplementary estimates debate. Jim, you content to note, or have you any comments on
Yes.
Okay. Item 4.6, page 24, is the response from the Minister of Finance regarding the committee's revised position on the draft budget 21-22. Jim, again, you content to note?
Yes.
I'm sorry this is all falling on you, but it's just the two of us. So we now move into the next item of business, which is item 5, the review of governance and accountability arrangements for the Northern Ireland Audit Office and the Northern Ireland Public Services Ombudsman, and we're about to receive oral evidence. I would refer everybody present to pages 28 to 125 of the meeting pack for the relevant papers. We have 3 experts who will provide oral evidence today as part of the committee's review. The first is Professor David Hales from the University of Glasgow, and he will be followed by Dr. Helen Foster from the University of Ulster and Richard Lloyd Bithell from SIPFA. Professor Hales' written evidence can be found at page 38 of the meeting pack. So I'd like to welcome Professor Hales to the meeting. The session is being reported by Hansard, Professor Hales, and the transcript will be published on the committee webpage. I would invite you to make some brief opening remarks, if that would be all right.
Thank you very much, Chair. I trust you could hear me, because at the beginning I could hear you, but not make myself heard. So can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Thank you very much for the invitation to give evidence. This topic, and I'll only be talking about the Audit Office. I don't know anything about the Ombudsman Service, but some of the matters may well carry across. We're talking about an area which is not particularly glamorous, but actually very important. The Public Audit Offices are immensely important generally. We see from the problems that have arisen in English local government when things go very seriously wrong. In the context of Northern Ireland, the Audit Office is particularly important, beyond the importance, the general importance elsewhere, because of two specific circumstances. One of them is that the assemblies had periods of suspension, and secondly, that because of the power sharing arrangements, there is not a conventional opposition. And one of the benefits of a conventional opposition is the opposition is there to criticise and scrutinise what a government does. In the context of the Northern Ireland Assembly, with most of the major parties being in government, that function very much is very difficult to sustain. So what the Audit Office does is of immense importance. In terms of what your governance inquiry is concerned with, and I presume there are two major issues that you have to address with reference to the Audit Office. The first one is whether there should be a term limit for the next Controller and Auditor General of Northern Ireland, and the second one is whether there should be a board as opposed to an advisory board that is the position now. One of the advantages that Northern Ireland has got is it's starting from a position of strength where, as an outside observer, my impression is that the Audit Office in Northern Ireland is very highly regarded by the Northern Ireland public and by the Assembly members. Is not the kind of position that happened in the United Kingdom at Westminster and in Wales when Audit Office reform was driven by scandals. So my point to the committee is that this is something which is unglamorous but extremely important. What's very important is that one maintains the independence of the Controller and Auditor General for the reasons I've already stated. That means that incremental change in terms of the governors of the Audit Office strikes me as being very sensible. I think that term limits are a sensible step forward. But of course, there are issues that term limits arise. A term limit in a small jurisdiction like Northern Ireland would probably make it so that that person's career would come to the end. Career in Northern Ireland would actually come to the end at the end of their term. So basically, it might restrict the attractiveness of the post to somebody, say, under 50 or under 55. The second point is that Northern Ireland is such a small place, and I've generally tended to favour term limits of about 8 years. I think the particular circumstances of Northern Ireland might make me veer towards a slightly higher term limit. I'm more agnostic on the question of boards. The question is, you have to have a board that doesn't interfere with the operational autonomy of the Auditor General, and you've got to, in practice, what will matter very much is the calibre and experience of the people appointed to that role. I was concerned in the context of the National Audit Office that the board might well start eroding the independence of the Controller and Auditor General of the United Kingdom. That does not seem to have happened, and I think it's a danger we ought to be very carefully aware of. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Firstly, I'm going to open now and invite Jim to ask any questions that he may have, and then I'll ask a couple.
Yeah, thank you very much. Could I ask, is there enough for an independent board to do? Is there enough to occupy them?
I think that's a question you have to put to the Audit Office itself and to the members of the board. Clearly, there are what I call in my memorandum the kind of housekeeping issues. One of the points that became very important 10 years ago is that two Auditor Generals left in circumstances that were controversial. So I think that the conventional purposes of a board in terms of ensuring that the audit committee works properly, that there is a proper strategic planning framework, that remuneration committee works properly, is there. But it does very much, as you imply, depend upon the fact that those board members recognise that their role is limited compared with what it would be in an ordinary public body or particularly in a private sector context.
And in terms of an independent board, from experience elsewhere, do they actually challenge or have they evolved more into a support role?
I think that your formulation is a good one. I think in the context of the corporate sector or an ordinary public board, you're actually wanting them to challenge the executives. In the context of the Audit Office, you do not want them to challenge the Controller and Auditor General in terms about the conduct of particular investigations or about particular audit judgments or about the selections of topics. So it's going to make the system work with the full board, it's going to need a very substantial degree of forbearance on the part of the board members. And obviously one of the issues is if the appointments to the board became politically controversial, that might well damage the reputation of the Audit Office without actually anything happening. Simply the controversy about an appointment might be itself damaging.
What should they be challenging?
I think that they should be challenging in terms of the quality of the financial statements, the fact there is a proper framework for planning and governance in place. The question about the substantive content of the corporate plan in terms of, for example, work programmes, I think that is something which in this very specific context ought to be the responsibility of the Controller and Auditor General.
Who should appoint the board?
I think I used to work as a specialist advisor to the Public Accounts Commission at the House of Commons, and the role of the Public Accounts Commission is to deal with appointments to the post of Controller and Auditor General and appointments to the board, as well as approve the estimates and the corporate plan. So in a sense, my answer to your question is your committee, I think, should have the role of making the appointments. Some of these appointments are actually Crown appointments anyway, but it should be on the nomination of your committee.
And how many? What's the appropriate size for a board?
The board should have if there is a formal board, the board should have a non-executive majority. I think in the context of a relatively small organisation like the National Audit Office, you'll be talking about a board of 5 or 7.
Yeah. One final point. I take your point about anything other than a long fixed term would discourage younger applicants. But in other jurisdictions, are there any limitations on the future jobs that former auditors can take? And should there be?
Yes, there are restrictions. You'd have to ask the individual audit bodies about the nature of those restrictions. And yes, there should be. Very clearly, you do not want any public suggestion that an Auditor General might be influenced by future career opportunities. So this is a person who is a watchdog for the Assembly. Auditor Generals are basically a very important part of our democratic infrastructure in terms of maintaining an impartiality about the auditing and value for money assessment of public services. Yes, I think there should be restrictions on future employment. I did at the beginning of my opening remarks make the point that the fact that Northern Ireland is small would make the issue of future job opportunities a more significant issue than it would be, for example, in the United Kingdom, in the UK Parliament. So I think that, that if you're going to have a term limit, I'm on the public record as favouring between 8 and 10 years. I think probably in the context of Northern Ireland, I would go for 10. But one should recognise the fact that having a term limit, which I think is essential in order to avoid one person becoming too dominant over a very long period, I think that you should recognise that that has some practical problems.
And would you have a prohibition on a second term?
Absolutely. So I didn't make that clear. I think more important than the year is the fact it's not renewable. If you get in a position of renewable terms, you run the danger that the choice of topics and the tone of reports is actually conditioned by issues about reappointment. And in the United Kingdom as a whole, I'm not sure about the position in Northern Ireland. Some recent public appointments have become extremely controversial. And I think that any suggestion that the Controller and Auditor General was being very careful with reports to not upset either particular ministers or particular parties would actually be very damaging.
And who would appoint the Controller and Auditor General?
Well, it would obviously be a competitive recruitment process with internal candidates and external candidates. And in terms of the formal procedure, I would expect your committee to have the decisive role.
And would Commissioner of Public Appointments be involved? Yes.
I don't know the detailed institutional arrangements in Northern Ireland, but so what I'm saying is your committee would actually have a lead role in the process.
Thank you.
Thank you. Sorry, the chairman is back in the room, so I'm going to hand control of the meeting over to Daniel.
Thank you, Joanne, for chairing in my absence. Apologies to members for the delay. I was in the Education Committee and I had to nip out for an unavoidable situation. But thanks very much, Professor, for some of those answers. I have no direct question at the present time, but Jim has asked some very important questions and very interesting answers in response to them. Joanne, have you any questions you want to come in on this moment?
I do, Chairman, if that's okay.
Yes, of course. Thank you for chairing in my absence.
No problem. Professor, can I just ask you, have you seen the Memorandum of Understanding that we have with the Audit Office?
Yes, I don't know the detail of it, but I've read it on the website.
Okay, and in terms of what you have seen there, could you give us your assessment of how our Memorandum of Understanding with the Audit Office compares with other places and the governance arrangements there, and whether or not you see any gaps?
I don't know. I don't know the institutional detailed arrangements in Northern Ireland to that depth. There are different institutional arrangements here. There's the institutional arrangement between the committee and the Audit Office, and also the question about the board. At the present moment, there is an advisory board for the Northern Ireland Audit Office, not a board that has the conventional public roles. So one of the issues that you would have to face if you're going to go to a formal role is what are the respective functions of the Audit Committee as the equivalent of the Public Accounts Commission at Westminster. What are the functions of the board and what are the functions of the Controller and Auditor General? So you will have a tripartite arrangement rather than a dual arrangement. So it would actually make the architecture more complex. One point I didn't mention is that 10 years ago, in the context of the National Audit Office, I made the point that what was happening is the governance arrangement of a corporation sole with authority resting in the Controller and Auditor General was being kept at the same time as one was imposing a corporate structure of a corporate board. And my view at the time was that that looked like a pretty redundant structure. I think that one of the issues that would worry me now is if Northern Ireland got a corporate structure for the audit office and the corporation's sole status was taken away from the Controller and Auditor General, that might be well seen as a downgrading of the role of the Controller and Auditor General. And the kind of redundant position of having two different systems working does seem to have worked in the context of the National Audit Office, but you would have to ask the NEO board and the NEO and the Controller and Auditor General for the UK about that. There certainly hasn't been public controversy about those roles. How those systems work internally is a matter on which I can't pronounce. But there hasn't been significant trouble. The contrast being, as I've said, one of the points that I would make is that from outside, my general impression of the Northern Ireland office is actually highly positive, but that was very much based upon when I was advisor to the Public Accounts Commission. And if the committee shares my view that the Northern Ireland office generally does a good job, the changes that one gets should be incremental and gradual and evolving, and should bear in mind the small size of the Northern Ireland jurisdiction.
So, I suppose from your expertise in other places, do you consider that there are weaknesses within our governance structure because there is no formal accountability mechanism, really?
Well, there is an accountability mechanism. The accountability mechanism is from the audit office, Controller and Auditor General, the audit office, back to this committee. The question is about how complex you want the governance system to be. I mean, I think it's very important not to think of the audit office as an ordinary public body. It isn't an ordinary public body. It has a role which is crucial to the functioning of democratic processes.
Yes, it's just that I suppose, I mean, our remit with regard to the audit office is purely to take a look at its budget. So it's different in that regard, and then leads to circumstances whereby the governance there doesn't appear to be, because the CNAG appoints his own advisory board. I suppose it's difficult. I mean, are there potential conflicts of interest there? Is that the best way? What is the best means of ensuring that the body remains independent and effective, and yet that there is an element of accountability? What's the best means to balance that?
I think that you're going to have to take evidence from other people about how effectively this arrangement is working in Northern Ireland. I think that governance in the public sector is of massive importance for the various reasons I've already recounted. But I think that the independent judgment of the Controller and Auditor General is even more important. That what one should be very careful is one doesn't elaborate governance mechanisms which actually interfere with that independence. And as I said in my earlier comments, the audit office has been very important in keeping accountability mechanisms working in Northern Ireland during periods of suspension. And to repeat a point I've already made, the scrutiny in Northern Ireland depends much more on the audit office because of the lack of a formal opposition installment. Yeah. So I think that you've got difficult trade-offs to make. Unless there is specific concerns about the way the present system operates, one should think very carefully before one makes the systems more complicated. I'm relatively agnostic about whether one appoints a formal board. at the conventional board. If you do have a conventional board, the question of who's appointed, the calibre of those people, the fact that they actually understand the limited role that they have a governance role, not a strategic judgment role, is really important. So one of the questions is you've got to ask yourself is where are the people going to come from who are going to constitute the board members of the audit office? And I think in terms of the governance, you may well need to think more about the role of your own committee. When I worked for the Public Accounts Commission, the Public Accounts Commission exercised accountability over the National Audit Office through the mechanisms of reviewing the corporate plan and reviewing the estimates. There was extensive public domain discussions about those issues.
So, and that's supposed to some extent similar to our position, but okay, so in those circumstances, all public bodies have policies and procedures by which they deal with internal issues. Is there any best practice in this regard? Yeah, I mean, there are various good governance guides, including from SIPFA, whom I think you're hearing from in a few moments' time. The point that I keep coming back to is that the questions about how the governance system works are important, but the question of the independence of independent judgment of the Controller Audit General is, in my view, even more important. So basically, one wants to get both things. But if I was going to take a risk, I would take a risk on the governance side in favour of protecting the independence of the Controller Audit General. Obviously, you need a mechanism for removing a Controller Audit General who is not doing their job. In Westminster, from memory, this is a resolution of both Houses of Parliament. In a unicameral legislature, it's probably going to be a 2/3 majority members, possibly with a community balance issue in the context of Northern Ireland. So, I mean, I think that you do need mechanisms to remove an underperforming Controller Audit General. And I think you've got to be very careful not to overcomplicate the governance mechanisms in a way which might damage independence. And it's not, I mean, one of the standard points that when I teach my students, it's not just independence that matters, it's perceived independence that matters. And any suggestion that there is not full independence and that the Controller Audit General has been illegitimately influenced would be extremely damaging to that institution. And once you get damage, it's actually very difficult to repair that damage. I suppose just following on then, one last question. So in how would, bearing in mind that our only responsibilities are essentially budgets and their corporate plan, how would a person ever know? How would anybody, ever know whether or not the CID should be removed in any circumstance? How would you ever find out?
Well, there's a substantial interface between the Controller Audit General and the Assembly anyway, in terms of auditing the accounts of public bodies, local government in Northern Ireland, in terms of the reports which the Controller Audit General presents to the Public Accounts Committee. So there's various mechanisms of interface, and I think that if a Controller and Auditor General wasn't performing, or if the Audit Office was losing its way, that would actually become into the public domain very quickly.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Joanne and Jim, and thank you, Professor, for the answer you provided. Some very detailed, interesting points have been raised, and fully take on board some of the points that you've made. I have no further questions at this point. We're
Could I ask one question?
Yeah, briefly, Jim, yeah.
You keep referring, Professor, to this committee, the Audit Committee, as having the oversight. Where does the Public Accounts Committee fit into that?
You've obviously got more detailed knowledge of the way that Stormont works than I have, but speaking from how it works at Westminster, essentially the Public Accounts Commission, which is a statutory commission set up under the 1983 National Audit Act, is actually the governance mechanism for the NEO, and the Public Accounts Committee is the client. So is the client. So basically, the governance role is TPAC, and the client role, in the sense of processing the reports, the value for money reports, accounts where there's matters of concern, is a role for the Public Accounts Committee. And I think that though sometimes those roles got confused at Westminster because of interconnected membership of the two bodies, I think that is quite an important distinction to make. I see your role as being a governance role, and the Public Accounts Committee as being the committee that actually deals with the reports and outputs of the Audit Office. And to come back to my earlier answer, I'd have thought that if you want an opinion of how well the present arrangements are functioning, I would actually go and ask your own Public Accounts Committee what they think about whether they are satisfied with what the Audit Office is doing.
Thank you.
Thank you for that. And thank you, Professor, for providing the evidence today at this session and for providing the answers. We deeply appreciate it, and thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Best wishes for your inquiry.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay. Okay, members. We'll move to the next item, review of the governance and accountability arrangements for Northern Ireland Audit Office and the Northern Ireland Public Services Ombudsman, oral evidence. Can I inform members that Dr. Helen Foster's written evidence can be found at page 48 of the meeting pack? And if Starleaf can bring in Dr. Foster from University of Ulster, it'd be greatly appreciated. Yes, and she's with us. You're most welcome, Dr. Foster, and thank you very much for your time and for being with us today. Can I advise that the session is being reported by Hansard and the transcript will be published on the committee webpage following today's session? And can I invite you to make some brief opening remarks? Thank you, Dr. Foster.
Thank you very much. So thank you for the invitation to present my evidence to you today. I'm a lecturer in accounting, but I have a research interest in the area of public accountability, with a particular emphasis on the role played by the public accounts committees in the growing demand for public accountability. And as you have my written evidence before you, I'm going to keep my comments very, very brief. So audit offices or supreme audit institutions have a major role to play in the discharge of accountability, of public accountability, as the eyes and ears of the legislature by following the public pound wherever it may flow. So the independence of the auditor from those he audits is a legal and professional requirement in both the public and the private sector. In fact, it could be argued that in the public sector, higher standards are demanded. And my colleague Professor Hughes already mentioned the independence and the importance of independence. But value is derived from the independence of the Audit Office in a number of ways. Firstly, as the role of the auditor is to provide assurance to the legislature and to the public on the use of public resources, trust is required. And the independence enhances, it builds that trust, and it strengthens credibility. However, in order to maintain that trust, the auditor must have exemplary financial procedures, governance, and accountability. So the level of accountability of the auditors is much higher, and it must be achieved while having regard to the primacy of independence. So I have reviewed the governance and accountability arrangements in the audit offices of the UK and further afield. And I have discovered that the arrangements in Northern Ireland are out of line with those used elsewhere and with current best practice arrangements. So I've made a number of recommendations. So firstly, the Controller and Auditor General for Northern Ireland holds the position currently until retirement, and that is not compatible with best practice. I would therefore recommend that it should become a fixed term appointment of between 8 and 10 years. If a fixed term appointment is made, then appropriate mechanisms need to be in place regarding subsequent employment of the post holder, as this has the potential to bring the office into disrepute. I recommend that the Northern Ireland Audit Office become a corporate body, that the board have a majority of external members, and that those members should be appointed by yourselves, by the Northern Ireland Assembly Audit Committee, following a public appointment process. And finally, the Northern Ireland Audit Office is out of line with its peers elsewhere in the UK in that the external auditors of the Northern Ireland Audit Office are appointed by the Department of Finance, which is an arrangement which predates devolution. Elsewhere, the auditors, the external auditors, are appointed by your equivalent, by the equivalent audit committees elsewhere. So that's just a brief run through my evidence.
Thank you very much, Dr. Foster, for that. And we do appreciate that you've submitted the evidence as well for us to consider prior to today's session. And thank you for your opening remarks. Before I turn to members, I just have a few brief questions.
Yeah.
Do you have a view on whether accountability could be improved if there was a single auditor for the public sector as opposed to a separate local government auditor?
Well, I just having spent the last few years looking at the auditors and public accounts committees and accountability arrangements in the devolved administrations, there are Northern Ireland, in Northern Ireland, local government is much smaller than it is elsewhere. So we're not looking at like with the like. The budgets of the larger local government organisations elsewhere in the UK would be very substantial, would be bigger than here. It's a very, very small. But I know we have they're all within, even in Scotland and in Wales, they are local government, while a separate body, if you like, comes under the Auditor General. Audit Scotland provides services to both local government and the central government, if you like, and the same arrangements apply in Wales. I don't see any need to have separation here. And I don't think it would be particularly enhanced, accountability would be enhanced if that was the case. It's just adding another layer.
Okay, thank you. You've recommended that the Audit Office become a body corporate and that this committee should appoint the non-executive members to the board. And I know that the Professor said something similar. Do you envisage the Audit Office identifying potential non-executive members for appointment by the committee, or do you think the committee should take full responsibility for identifying and appointing?
There could be consultation, so you could take advice, but I think the decisions should rest with the committee. But there is a role there for public appointment processes to be followed. But at the moment, the appointees who are advisory only. Are appointed by the Auditor General, which is not in line with governance, best governance principles. The chairman was appointed using, advertised public appointments process. But in fact, there was no requirement for that to take place in, so what happens in practice and, may work very well. But I think you need to have a framework there that is not dependent on individuals making the right decision.
Okay, interesting. Thank you very much, Dr. Foster. I'll open up to other members. We have 2 members that are not available today, but we have Jim Allister and Joanne Bunting. I'll go to Joanne. Joanne, have you any questions for Dr. Foster?
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, Dr. Foster, for your paper and for your explanation of your recommendation. Just, I presume that you have seen, I'm going to kind of put you similar questions as I put to Professor Hild. I presume that you have seen the committee's MOU.
Yes, I have.
What gaps do you identify in there? What's your assessment of it?
Well, in light of, as I say, what's happening elsewhere, Wales and Scotland, in addition, obviously, to Westminster, appointed a corporate board. I think that is something that is missing. There would be, I think it would be more straightforward if there was a corporate board that reported directly to yourselves, rather than this memorandum, which I suppose could be changed more frequently. But the corporate board would be the standard mechanism that would be used.
Right, and do you envisage that there would be issues of career progression for anybody who served on those kinds of boards?
No.
No.
No. I mean, you would like the people who would need to be sort of experts in the field. They need to have some, or you need to have some expertise there. So I mean, there are likely to be people perhaps who have. Some of them have been auditors. There would be a place perhaps for having an appointee from another audit office in the UK. So that there are a number of candidates who could fulfil that role.
And so in terms of, I suppose, of your reading and your recommendation, are there any other gaps that you think should be fixed?
I suppose the big thing is the fixed term. There's no fixed term appointment, and I would suggest 8 to 10 years. 10 years would get over, 2 different mandates of the Assembly. But I think a really important issue there would be the post employment, when the person stepped down as Auditor General, what sort of post employment what sort of mechanisms are available there? The 2 that I have looked at in detail have been those in Scotland and in Wales. Now in Wales, there is, it's written into the legislation that they after stepping down, the former Auditor General must consult a nominee of the legislature, is what it says. There hasn't been a consultation since this came into effect, because the Auditor General, previous Auditor General, Hugh Vaughan Thomas, had reached retirement age and is not seeking reappointment, post-retirement employment. But it is very clear in that you must consult, and regardless of whether it's in the public or the private sector. And they are prohibited from taking up post within 2 years with any organisation that has been subject to, within the remit of Audit Wales. In Scotland, the legislation is much broader, and it just says that the appointee will if I just remember correctly, depending on the terms and conditions set out by the Scottish Parliament corporate body. So the rules, when you were making the appointment, you decided what the rules were going to be. I did put in my paper details of the appointment of the Auditor General, which just happened a few months ago. And his conditions of employment were that he would consult within 2 years. Okay, but so it could either be included in the legislation or say that, you know, it could be set at the time of appointment. But I think that is an area that could give rise to all sorts of difficulties. I don't necessarily agree with my colleague, Professor Heald, in that I think being Auditor General for Northern Ireland would be, you know, an attractive appointment. And I think there would be, could be quite a number of people interested, not just from Northern Ireland.
Just one last one, Chairman. So,
sorry, I can't hear you.
Oh.
Just Joanne, just before you do come in, if I could just supplement the last point with Dr. Foster. Why do you feel that it is such an attractive position for people in Northern Ireland? You disagree with the Professor on that, Dr. Foster? If you could just elaborate.
I have just finished a PhD last year when I looked at the public accounts committees of the devolved administrations, and I've spent, you know, 4 or 5 years travelling between Scotland, Wales and Northern Ireland, speaking to auditors and witnesses and members of public accounts committees and whatnot. And certainly the Northern Ireland Audit Office would be held in very high esteem. And I think there's much more movement now maybe than there would have been a number of years ago.
Okay, thank you. Sorry, Joanne, for cutting.
No, you're all right, Chairman. Just, I suppose, one last brief question. You'll have heard Professor Heald say, Dr. Foster, that one of the strengths was that we were starting from a position of strength in that the others had to embark upon reform because of scandal, and we're not in that position, thankfully. But what learning should there be in dealing with internal issues because of what has arisen in other jurisdictions?
I think part of the problem that arose in the other jurisdictions arose because of there was no term limit, in particular for the National Audit Office. The incumbent hadn't been there for 20 years plus, and had with fewer checks and balances than there should be. There was a corporate board at that stage. So, you know, setting a time limit appointment